All right, let's see what we've got here. Can I remember how to stream? Can I operate my equipment? Who knows? But we'll find out, I suppose. Greetings, everybody. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the return of Games Bond and the return of my feeling somewhat human and physically and mentally, hopefully, capable of running a stream. It's been a while. What is up, Dark Grip? What's up, Mudbound Dragon, Space Hoppercopter, Nico Jazz? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, of course, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and other fine folk. I'm very excited to return to Games Bond. I have felt a frustration lingering for many months now over my inability to kind of just enter a higher gear and just kind of, well, I don't want to say burn through the rest of the games, but just kind of pick up the pace. I feel like throughout the entirety of 2024, more or less, Games Bond didn't really have a smooth flow of progress. It was always like one or two games and then a long break. I'm thankful, I suppose, that I don't think we had many instances of a long break in the middle of a game. But, and you know, I always had the intention of interspersing Games Bond with other stuff. But it's been kind of more so other stuff interspersed with the occasional Games Bond stream, and that's kind of not really how I wanted to do it. There's been other stuff I've been eager to stream, of course. I haven't taken breaks because I needed to get away from it. It's almost always been because, like this week, I was sick, or there's been other time-sensitive stuff to stream, or like last month, I decided on a whim to start playing Tomb Raider, and it just turns out that that game was like 10 times the, you know, adventure that I had expected it to be. You know, there's been a combination of factors with Games Bond, one of which being the required coordination of setting up a movie night to watch the film Casino Royale, which we finally did do last night. And, you know, the corresponding game stream. There's the, you know, not necessarily a huge technical hurdle, but it's just a slight bit of annoyance to have to deal with the J2ME games. I spent some time, not a huge amount of time, but I spent some time this morning getting the game organized, and it's just, there's always something. To the best of my knowledge, I have everything up and running. And from what I've seen of the game, which is very little, but enough that I, you know, the amount that I had to see to make sure that things were working, well, I say sure, but to get to the point of having faith that it will work, let's say, the game actually seems very sick. So I'm really excited now to actually play it. But, you know, I think between some of these factors, it's easy to end up dragging my feet. But we're frankly not too far off from the home stretch, and it's gonna be a good, fun home stretch, I think. Whereas the Caped Crusade, my Batman project, was sort of, I enjoyed doing it, and the games towards the end were mostly fun and interesting, and, you know, I didn't mind the games per se, but I really ran out of steam because it was such a transition, especially to the last handful of games like Lego Batman 3 and Arkham Knight especially, were just so, you know, relative to everything else. They were just so long and to a degree quite repetitive. Like the Lego games were really not great. And I mean, I enjoy the Arkham games, but I like them better when they're 10 to 15 hours as opposed to like 40 to 60, which I guess goes for most games. And I mean, it really reached a point where I just wanted it to be over. But with the Bond games, on account of 007 Legends from 2012 being the last game on the list, I think we just won't really ever enter that territory. 007 Legends, granted, is, as far as I can tell, not exactly known for being very good, but that's not an issue. That, you know, I get frustrated when games are too difficult, but a game being bad or even boring doesn't really bother me too much unless it's like overly long and slash or difficult to the point where I get stuck and feel like I'm not making progress. Because I mean, obviously Arkham Knight is like a polished game, but that became boring because it was just so repetitive, and especially in the end game, like the absolutely absurd choice in that game to not just force you to do a fairly sizable chunk of, you know, seemingly optional side stuff. Like the way it works basically is you have to sort of reach a fairly arbitrary threshold of completion percentage before the end game like unlocks. So I think you have to get like 70% completion of all the random junk to do in that game before the game will let you go do the ending. But if you want to actually get the ending, you have to, I don't know if it's strictly like 100%ing everything, but it's like, in a manner of speaking, you have to kind of 100% it to get the real ending, which it's just a baffling choice. And the game's like already pretty tedious by that point. So just having to literally stop to grind before you're allowed to leave, you know, before you're allowed to be done with the game is, I don't know, I feel like that the actual end of the game is like pretty anticlimactic as well. In grand, you know, Rocksteady Arkham tradition, the final boss fight is kind of shit, and the story does not wrap up in a particularly satisfying way. So you kind of add that on top of the frustration of having to do this tedious grind to even get to it. But I digress. Point being, some of those late Batman games, I think, suffer from the kind of indulgences you just tended to see in AAA games kind of starting around that point, right? Around, you know, 2012 to 2014, sort of the transition into what I guess we can call the current era of big games, you know? Up through around 2012-ish, you can go back to any game from that time and they feel like they're from a bygone era. Like, they don't feel like games do today. I don't mean in terms of controls or how they play mechanically, but more so the structure and the size and the scope and the scale and the presence of certain aspects, like how it interacts with online components, and you know, how kind of progression works, and like a lot of those kinds of things where you can go back in time and see what games were kind of like, you know, big games. Obviously there's a lot of variety in smaller games, but you know, kind of big games, AAA games or whatever equivalent. You can see kind of what they were like in the late 90s, in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s, the late aughts, the 2010s. And then like from, I mean, certainly by the time Arkham Knight came out in 2015, things haven't really changed in the last 10 years. I feel like you can look at a big game from then, like if you play Arkham Knight, or you play Metal Gear Solid 5, or you play The Witcher 3, or GTA 5, I guess, which is like, what, 2013? You play those games, and I don't think they feel old. They don't feel dated. They feel current, because, like, that's... games at that scale have not changed much since then. And some of them are literally the same game. Like, you've got stuff like GTA, you've got stuff like Fortnite and Destiny, and, you know, these forever games that, you know, Fortnite certainly changes a lot, but it's still, you know, structurally and fundamentally, there has not been, like, we're in the same paradigm. And I think up through probably that, you know, there's not a hard cutoff, of course, but let's say, for the sake of convenience, like up through the end of the PS3 360 generation of consoles and the corresponding games, I think I was still like pretty on board with AAA games. And even though there were plenty of them that I didn't care for, and I always had an interest in old games and arcade games and whatever else, I still felt like a lot of what was coming out was like worth paying attention to and something that would interest me. And I think since then, that feeling has only, decreased with time. And as such, when you play those later Batman games and stuff that is from, 20... I mean, Arkham Origins is from 2013, and that was my number one favorite, not just my favorite Arkham game, but my favorite Batman game. Like, in the entirety of that project, we ranked all the games, and that's my number one ranked Batman game. I love that game. And then, like, from there on out, the likelihood of me being super into a big game like that is just going to be lesser and lesser. And especially in the context of doing a big project like this, each individual game being like a larger time commitment has a price on the kind of momentum of doing the project, which I also get a little antsy about. It's fun when you can do a thing, you play a game for one stream and then you can move on. But when you have these longer games, it just inevitably becomes a little bit of a slog. So the point I was trying to make is, like, ultimately, because none of the Bond games are from that window of time, we're not really gonna, presumably, ever enter that full-on slog territory. And that has me excited. Having a handful of J2ME games is sort of its own slog, like I said, with some of the technical challenges of getting them on stream and everything. But, at the end of the day, I just have to be a little less lazy for, like, usually less than half an hour, but it can be a little bit more if a game is particularly tricky. And then it's, like, just sort of solved. So, I have a lot of stuff that I'm excited for. Although I do need a break for sure, I am excited to do more Tomb Raider. I want to kind of dip into more backlog stuff. I'm reminded just now, I was going to say, I want to go back to doing fighting game streams versus viewer request, what do we even call it? Viewer's choice versus fighting game streams. And I'm reminded that the current community challenge thing, time ran out, so I need to restart that challenge. And I'm going to do that right now, or else I will 100% forget to do that. So let me just find my shortcut here to the link. And let's see here. Viewer's Choice versus Fighting bonus stream number 36. Goal not met. So let's extend for another... Oops, not 19 days. Extend for another 30 days. And there you go. You should be seeing something... Well, I guess it doesn't pop up anything in chat. But if you look for things to spend your jig bucks on... well, I'm getting a lot of fucking noises here. I'm not sure if chat is just lagging behind, but some of you are happily paying your fight taxes, which I of course appreciate. I'm excited to go back to doing that, and by the time we will get to do our first stream of that in a while, I've been taking a break since summer, I want to say. There's a good handful of games added to the list. In fact, I just picked up the Rumblefish 1 and 2 that were on sale on Xbox. I just stumbled across it, and it was, I guess, about $10 for the both of them. I never played TRF2, but I played the first one when it came out on PS2 in like 2005. So I wouldn't mind revisiting those. And I'm sure I've picked up other games here or there. So I'm looking forward to that. There's other stuff to do, but hopefully we can keep a nice sort of cycle of Games Bond, backlog stuff, fighting game streams, whatever current ongoing concerns. I still haven't touched BF5 Revo, which obviously I want to play. I don't know if that's going to be a stream thing, but I do want to play that. I want to play Street Fighter 6 more. I actually picked up Street Fighter 6 a little bit on the on the event of Mai's release, and there being certain other kind of new changes and additions to the game. I'm happy to sort of get a little bit more excited for that. I did actually, on that note, before we get to Bond, I have a few things to show. I did a few impromptu purchases, as I do, and I ended up getting this from Amazon Japan for like $50. I've long been curious about leverless controllers, so I thought, this was actually a real good price. And it's been interesting. I've been basically using this to play Street Fighter 6, and I think that's a terrible idea. Not because this controller doesn't work well for the game, but more so, I am struggling with the dual challenge of trying to remember how to play Street Fighter 6, which I haven't touched, essentially, for about a year and a half. I played a couple of matches in during EVO when my buddy was here, which was super fun, but that was pretty much the first time I touched the game in about a year then. And I pretty much haven't touched it since then, back in August. So I'm feeling like a struggle to just remember how to play the game. And when I'm playing with this, there's the additional layer of trying to maneuver my character. And it's been like super frustrating. Like, it's been kind of cool and fun, but it's like trying to having to exert mental energy to do things that should be second nature is like such a weird, awkward thing. I've been playing on stick since the early 2000s. I got my first arcade, well, technically, if you want to get extremely technical, I did at some point own an arcade stick for my Mega Drive, but that doesn't really count. But my first proper arcade stick to play fighting games I got for my original Xbox, and I want to say 2003, 2004 maybe. And I've been playing on arcade stick since. So this is just like a very awkward transition. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably, the problem is I want to play and do well. And as such, I feel like this is like a shackle, and I think it's just too much. It's too taxing to try to do both things, like learning how to play and learning how to control the game with this. So I think from here on out, I'm going to go back to the stick, and I'll try to use this more for maybe if I'm playing other stuff that I'm not really, where I'm not having the same struggles of learning how to control the game. So if I'm playing, it's not going to be good for beat 'em ups, because just the way... So the way a controller like this works, if you're not familiar, this one has a few extra buttons. But the general idea is that you use these three buttons for left, right, and down. And then this button right here is up. So you have a jump button. So you can play with your fingers on each. So you don't have to... you have instant access to every direction. But this one does have an extra up button up here. But it's actually... It's weirdly... You might think it's natural, but for some reason, maybe it's just with the spacing of the buttons, it's weirdly kind of unnatural to use the up direction, is what I felt anyway. So in any game where you have 8-way movement for a shoot 'em up or a beat 'em up or a top-down running gun or something, I think this would be very awkward. But if I were to play, a Makaimura or some other kind of side scroller where you don't necessarily... I mean, I guess in Makaimura you aim upwards, but games where you don't necessarily, like Castlevania or something, I think I would enjoy playing on this. It's pretty, obviously it's not the absolute most slim model you'll ever seen, but it's, it's pretty slim. So it's a little less hassle than fucking around with a full-size arcade stick. And I think, as you get more used to it, I'd be able to transition a little easier if I have a clear idea of what I'm trying to execute. The problem with Street Fighter 6 is that like I have to think very hard about what I'm trying to execute, and then on top of that, I have to think equally hard on how to execute it on this controller. So it's like a little bit of an issue. That said, it's been fun to get back into Street Fighter 6, and yeah, I'm gonna try to play more. The other thing with this though, which is like a little surprising, I wasn't expecting it. I think I saw a comment to the effect, but it does not feel sturdy. It feels brittle, and it's like sometimes it's sort of creaking in a way that's like slightly unsettling. Like I don't know, I guess it's just like acrylic that's sort of drilled together, or screwed together on top of this PCB in here somewhere, and it's, I don't know, it feels fine to play on, and it's got like fancy LEDs and stuff. So like the build quality and the fanciness of it is quite impressive for the low cost. But being used to playing it on an arcade stick, which like by design are, you know, they're built like tanks, because the design is kind of derived from actual arcade cabinets, which of course have to be built to take a beating. So to go from that to a sort of similar feeling controller that it just kind of, it doesn't feel like you'll break it by pressing the buttons, but just like handling the device itself, like it feels, it's odd, it's unusual, I think, to handle a game controller where you have to be like very careful about how you handle it, the way you might be careful the way you handle like you know, a tablet or a laptop or something. And even then, like it feels, I don't want to say brittle, but it feels more fragile than a laptop, which I don't know, it caught me a little bit by surprise. What's up, Mendel? What's up, Tex, by the way? I don't think I said hi. Nice to see you folks here. Yeah, don't worry, we have a fair amount of just chatting to get through before we will advance today's main topic. But yeah, so I didn't stream on Monday or Wednesday because I was sick this week. I am finally getting much better now. As you can hear, I sound normal, I hope. I feel pretty normal. And I'm just very relieved that I didn't have another like 2.5 week bout of COVID to deal with. I had a nasty cold, but you know, it passed over a couple of days. And by Thursday or so, I started being like having the energy to like play video games and stuff. Like through Wednesday or so, I was just out of it. Like I just didn't have the energy or focus to do anything. But once I started recovering a little bit and I started getting more restless and bored, I did start playing more Street Fighter. And I posted about this on Blue Sky. Some of you may have seen it. But I did the very sensible thing and started to play Ninja Gaiden 2 and Ninja Gaiden 2 Black concurrently. So I am currently 2 chapters deep in both games. And it's pretty interesting. I've been enjoying it. It's been really fun. It's been kind of annoying. Like just with the difficulty and stuff like that, but I'm enjoying both games a lot. I don't know that I'm gonna maybe finish them, but like maybe, probably. I want to keep playing. And that's nothing to say I couldn't do some of that on stream, but I'm happy. Like, it's been fun to just be able to focus on the game and playing them. It's been a while, especially with that kind of game, that I've played off stream. Like, I played through Indiana Jones over the holidays, which I did really enjoy, but that was still kind of a game where for quite a lot of it, you kind of you can play it while watching a stream or while listening to a podcast or whatever. Ninja Gaiden is definitely not that kind of game. I've been picking Like a Dragon 7 back up because I want to just fucking finally be rid of that game. Like, I'm enjoying it, sort of, more or less, but it gets pretty grindy and it's just so long. I don't want to leave it unfinished, so I want to complete that game at some point. But that's also a game that I'm like, it's kind of repetitive and grindy, and there's a lot of shit to do that I'm like, I wouldn't want to do it on stream because the way I play that game is sort of with my attention divided between the game and, you know, YouTube or Twitch or what have you. But Ninja Gaiden is not that kind of game. And honestly, most of the stuff I play offline is those kinds of things. It's like, when I'm streaming, I can be dedicated and focused on the game. Well, setting aside, obviously, the, you know, my attention being divided with chat and whatever. But, like, I lock in and I'm, like, focusing on playing and I'm focusing on the game. But when I'm not streaming and I'm playing games for myself, not uncommonly, I get back home from work and I'm kind of tired and I just want to do something to relax. I don't want to, like, I don't want to exert more energy. I want to rest and relax and do something chill. And playing games to relax versus playing games in this kind of focused fashion are two very different things. And that's part of why I haven't been playing a lot of fighting games, because those kind of by definition are the focus kind of games. What's up, Cody? What's up, Father Axe Keeper? Greetings. And Ninja Gaiden very much is a focus kind of game. And of course, you know, I was afforded a little bit of time and room to play it when I was homesick from work, but I've been enjoying it. It's like, once you kind of cross that hurdle of beginning to play something, it's a little easier to keep playing it and jumping back in than just starting something new. So I'm excited for that. So, like, all of a sudden, I'm just, like, playing all these games and I have, like, so many things going on. But it's been a hot minute since I have, like, just been playing games, I guess, outside of the stream. So, or even on stream, I guess. So it's been fun. It's been fun. Let me hydrate. The leverless controller is not the only thing I got in the mail. I did get a few other things. And I posted this on Discord as well. I got some books. I got this. It's not very remarkable, but this is a manga by Atsuji Yamamoto, who is the artist most famous, I guess, maybe, for the Metal Max series. I like his art, and I've read a few of his comics, and I have one, like, sort of an art book of sorts. Like, some of his stuff is really cool. Some of his stuff is, like, super gory, like action comics with, like, very extreme violence that I'm, like, not really into. So I've been trying to sort of discover more of his body of work and figure out, like, what stuff I like and don't. This is, like, more of a comedy thing, but I'm not even sure if I knew whether this was a comic or an art book or what it was, but it is a comic, and it's, I don't know, it was all right, but like a lot of things I buy sort of sight unseen from Surugaya, and you just never quite know what to expect. And I wouldn't say this was a complete, you know, it wasn't a dud, but it wasn't a slam dunk either. It was all right. The more exciting thing, and mostly the reason I kind of made the order to begin with, was they did eventually finally have Virtua Fighter 2 Maniacs in stock. You may recall when we talked about Virtua Fighter back in December, after the announcement of the new game and everything, I dug out, we played it, yeah, that's right, I forgot about that, but we did play some VF1 and VF2, and I dug out my Virtua Fighter Maniacs book, which is about, of course, the first game. So this was like the follow-up about the second game, and it is fucking massive. I was very shocked when I saw it. This is like easily at least twice as thick as the original Virtua Fighter Maniacs. And it's a cool book. Like, in a way, it is, like, most of the book, like a good 75% at least, is dedicated to these, like, move lists, character guides, which are, like, extremely elaborate. Like, every move is shown with these, like, you know, full onion skin kind of sequences showing the animation from this, like, 3D perspective. And there's, like, a full paragraph of text for each move. Like, the entire book is extremely, I'm not sure what the word for it is. I don't know that I would say verbose, but, like, they're not cutting any corners to save on page count. It's like it's just like a completely maximalist approach where everything gets like a full page dedicated to it. So like for each character, this is like the last page of the Jackie section. Then we move on to Chundi. So every character gets a full 2-page spread just to like introduce the character. A second 2-page spread for the character bio like profile. A full page of just like the full move list with frame data or whatever. And then it's like, I don't know how many pages, like 20 pages of every move, which is like incredibly like generous, I guess. Like they're spending a lot of pages on this. And that's not to say there's not other stuff. There's a lot of kind of system mechanics, explanations and everything. Like everything is very thorough with screenshots and examples and captions and explanations. Like explaining just like the basics of gameplay and everything. But it is primarily a strategy guide. I feel like the original book had more, relatively, like a larger emphasis on stuff outside and beyond playing the game. And this book has some of that stuff too. But because the actual move list strategy guide stuff is so extensive, even if it has the same amount of the sort of ancillary stuff, it's a smaller portion. But I'm not even sure it has as much of that stuff as the first one did. I like this page showing off the different stages.
What have you got there? A box?
Jody wants a box art review. We'll get to that for sure. But yeah, so it's got this like sort of history section in the beginning and talking about like stuff that was happening around the game and everything. And there's a bunch of like interviews. I don't know if I can find them very easily. They're like interspersed throughout the entire book. These Virtua Fighter and Me sections. See if I can find one. Where they just interview like VF players, multiple of which have VF2 cabinets in their homes. But there's one guy who's like the like an editor at Famitsu, and there's one with Yu Suzuki. Find at least one here.
What have you got there? A box?
More box review requests. Check on that in a minute. Can I at least like find something? Oh yeah, there's this like extremely thorough glossary of terms where every entry gets like at least one full page, but often multiple pages, which is extremely cool. Oh yeah, here's Yu Suzuki. So like every installment of this, there's like maybe 8 of them or something in the book, has this like full page photo and 1 page of interview. And these photos are amazing. I posted some of these on Discord as well and on Blue Sky. Yeah, like this dude. There's also an interview with Masakatsu Funaki, who is a wrestler turned MMA guy, who I didn't read the interview. I could see why someone like Yu Suzuki would be a fan of his, but I'm not sure what his connection to Virtua Fighter is beyond that. I'm curious to read it, I guess.
What have you got there? A box?
That's fine. Keep them coming. We'll just go through them when we get to it. Well, I'll show you the rear cover of this. The front cover might not be.
A box?
Twitch might not like it, but this one is pretty cool too. If you want to see more of this, you can check it out on my Discord. I posted some photos. But yeah, this is a collection of Psycho artworks, printed on like extremely thick, heavy-duty paper, and yeah, you've got a pretty, you know, a who's who here. Yoshi Minazaki, Tatsuya Terada, Renji Murata, Tsukasa Jun, Uchi Ogata as well, yeah. Some names I'm less familiar with. But yeah, so you've got this, you know, there's not much of Tyson Hot gimmick actually, but there's like a little bit. Sengoku Blade, Gunbird. Trying to remember. Because it doesn't have a lot of sort of individual character illustrations, because it is mostly these sort of key art and posters and stuff. But yeah, I picked this up. It was like 2,500 yen. Not super expensive, so I'm quite happy with that. Soul Divide. Yeah, it does have the Soul Divide posters, which of course are godlike because it's Katsuya Terada, so everything he touched, you know, turns to gold. Mudbound Dragon, I said wrestler turned MMA guy, not anime guy, but he does have his own Super Nintendo game, which is pretty sick. Developed by Technos. But yeah, he was a big name in early Japanese MMA and shoot fighting stuff. So he was, I want to say, I believe he was the founder of Pancrase, which was like an early, like I think Pancrase was, like shoot wrestling. I guess Rings was, at least, or was Rings the actual MMA? I forget. Like, I'm not super knowledgeable about that early, like, 90s era of Japanese MMA, but he was a big deal in those circles. And the Super Nintendo game is called Masakatsu Funaki Hybrid Wrestler. Yeah, so to clarify, like shoot fighting was basically pro wrestling, but instead of simulating wrestling, it was like simulated MMA. And there was like a, you know, the Japanese sort of MMA scene grew out of the pro wrestling scene in a lot of ways. So there is like quite a bit of overlap, and like you said, you know, worked matches that were kind of claimed to not be worked and stuff like that. So there were like companies that dealt in like fairly straight up, you know, worked pro wrestling style stuff, but then eventually, of course, you did have K1 and like a very legitimate, you know, martial arts. What's the word? Combat sports. And there is just like a decent amount of overlap in all of that stuff. That if, like me, you're not exactly a scholar, it's easy to get your wire crossed and not get all the details straight. On another note, you did finally pull the trigger and get my first 30 Minutes Fantasy kit. So this is a fairly new series of model kits from Bandai. I want to say that they first came out in 2024. So 30 Minutes Fantasy is an offshoot of 30 Minutes Missions, and there's like one or two other offshoots that I forget the name of off the top of my head. But 30 Minutes Missions is basically a it's a spin-off of sorts, you could call it, I guess, or just like a side brand to the Gundam model kits that Bandai are making. Like it's their own original IP, if you can call it that, where the model kits are basically the same, not in terms of how they look, but like how they're constructed and how they work as Gundam model kits. with the difference being that they have a focus and emphasis on customization. So 30 minutes missions are all like mech suits and robots, and there's like a sizable subsection of them that are like anime girls who are sort of also robots, and you can kind of just mix and match and build figures however you want. So 30 minutes fantasy is the same exact idea, but it's this kind of fantasy RPG inspired knights and priests and paladins and wizards and rogues and whatever else. So they have this sort of job system, so you can get these like base kits. So this is the fighter, the Liber fighter. So there's two factions. There's Liber and Rosen. So Liber are like the good guys, I guess. They're the light colored ones. And Rosen are like the dark black knights. So the fighter, I think, is like the same. I think there are like currently at least 4 base classes. There's the knight, the fighter, priest, and I forget what the last one is, but I think there's one more, and there might be more on the way. And so each of them have like a slightly different base body, and included in the base kit is like all the armor you need for like in this case, the fighter class. And then they release these like add-on kits that you can change parts to turn the fighter into a warrior or Viking. But the parts are all modular, so you can kind of mix and match them however you like. I did also get the warrior class up kit. Like a little index here to show you what's in it and everything. You can see here the fighter can be upgraded from class 1 to class 3 as a warrior or Viking. I did in fact also get the Viking kit, and I don't have it in hand yet because I'm waiting. It's in a separate delivery. But I did also order the Rosen Knight, because these are all just sort of happen to be available and not too expensive. Oh yeah, so this is in fact the Rosen version. So this is the Rosen Viking, and it has like a different color scheme. But you can see here the fighter and the Viking kit. Like, as far as I can tell from what I saw, they're identical. Like, it's just the different colors. So I figure I'll build the fighter, and then I'll just kind of mix and match parts that I like. And I'm gonna do some painting. Like, the Gundam kits, I don't usually do any painting on, but I was actually extremely inspired. I saw on Twitter someone who was building one of these kits and just fully repainted them. And with metals and stuff like this, if you just want, like, there's not a lot of detail, it's pretty simple to just kind of do a spray coat of black and just dry brush like metallic silver, and it looks really quite sick. So I'm pretty excited to start building these, and I was surprised when I opened this up. This was second hand, by the way, but you know, not exactly used. Compared to the Gundam hits, like, and even some of the Kamen Rider ones, there's a pretty girthy amount of plastic in here. So I'm curious if it's going to be different. As far as the scale, I guess these are roughly 1/12 scale. So the Gundams, obviously, they're not human sized, so they're not scaled accordingly. But the typical Gundam scale, I have one pretty close by. So this is a high grade kit, and those are 144th scale. But that works out to be like vaguely equivalent to like 1/12 scale. Got my chocolate chip snake eyes right here. And, you know, the proportions are quite different. There we are. Because the Gundams have like super tiny heads and long legs and everything. I can't be bothered like reposing them. But I would say, you know, the typical Hasbro 6" /112 scale is actually a little larger than that. So, like, the basic rule of thumb is 1/12 scale. Like, it's basic if you're somewhat familiar with American measurements or imperial measurements. But basically, 1/12 means that a person who is 6 feet tall would be 6 inches. But in metric, it would mean basically someone who is about 180 centimeters is about 15 centimeters. But the Marvel Legends G.I. Joe Classified, kind of the American quote-unquote 1/12 scale, the typical size of a normal average height figure is closer to like 16 centimeters, and this one is like maybe more like 15. And Japanese figures in general, like Figma and SH Figure Arts and that kind of stuff, and I think Mezco's 1/12 Collective and like some of those other lines, they're often closer to quote-unquote true 1/12 scale. And the same goes for the Kamen Rider model kits. Looking over to my shelf. Yeah, I can't be bothered grabbing them, but the Kamen Riders are pretty much in scale with other like 12-inch, or sorry, not 12-inch, 1/12 scale, 6-inch scale action figure lines. And I haven't built any of the 30 Minutes Fantasy stuff yet, so I can't say for sure. But I want to say that I saw some kind of comparison image that may have been from like an Amazon review or something that gave me the impression that they're a little bit larger than your average Gundam kit. In terms of height, obviously the Gundams can come in very different shapes. But so do these actually, with the armor and stuff. This is kind of the bulkiest base class, and then you add some of these extra pauldrons and shit on top. And yeah, I think these are gonna be somewhat, they're gonna have some shelf presence. I think that's the impression I get. We can get some focus here. We got these like extra spikes and furs and stuff. So in addition to these like upgrade kits, there's other kits too where you can get like just extra parts. So there's one that's called like fighter parts or something, and they're like non-class specific. You get like 2 or 3 different helmets, you get a few different pauldrons, you get maybe a weapon or 2, that kind of thing. You can also get like crates and barrels and a chair, sort of modular pieces to build kind of a tavern scene or a shop scene. I think there even is a kit that's called like shop keeper or item shop or something like that has like accessories and everything. And this is like a brand new line. So 30 Minutes Missions has been going for years and years at this point, and there's like a million different things. As usual with this kind of stuff, not everything is like kept in stock in perpetuity, but you're gonna get like a lot of variety over time. So I'm very excited to see how this line will develop. And the other thing too, in case that wasn't clear, the different lines are also cross-compatible with each other. So if I wanted to do like an anime mech robot night, I could buy 30 Minutes Mission pieces, whether it's armor or guns or missiles or whatever it is. And there even has been, you know, as you would be familiar with from Gundam and stuff like that, there have been like 30 Minutes Missions robot stuff that is like samurai themed robot armor, and probably at least some version of like a medieval knight themed set and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that this is a potential rabbit hole. Well, it is a rabbit hole, but it could potentially go very deep, I guess we should say. So I'm looking forward to finding the time whenever I can do that to build this stuff, just to kind of familiarize myself. I did also end up getting this one. that I'd had my eyes on, just because I like the color scheme. But this is also my first entry grade kit. You can see the box is a lot smaller. To my knowledge, these are the same scale. Yeah, 144th scale. But this is entry grade, which is like the simplest type of kit. And as you can see, it's advertising here. None of the Gundam kits really require glue, but this one also is designed to not require nippers. So just fully snap pieces off, stick them together, and you're done. So I'm curious to see how, like, I enjoy the building part of it. And I do actually, I'll get to that in a moment. I do actually have my first master grade kit on the way. And those are more advanced as well as 100th scale. So I'm quite excited to see what building one of those is like. And this kind of goes in the opposite way. These kits are simpler than the high grades. Yeah, just looking at the sprues, like, it looks... I was expecting it to kind of be more simplified. Like, there are certainly fewer sprues and less pieces on them. So yeah, this should be a pretty quick build. And yeah. Are those stickers? Oh yeah, I guess it does have plastic. I'm curious to see how the face is built. Oh yeah, the stickers go on the shoulder. I guess there's not a lot of stickers either, so... Yeah, I'm just curious to see what this is like. You were Googling the line. Yeah, so 30 Minutes Fantasy is a spin-off from the long-running 30 Minutes Missions line of model kits. And it's a line of model kits. It's not based on some existing property. There is like some amount of lore that you can get into if you really care about it, which I don't at all. But the lore, you know, I guess I don't know if there's technically more to it, but it's like there's Liber and there's Rosen. Those are like the two sides. And Liber have brighter, or like lighter colors, I should say. And Rosen has darker colors. And then that's kind of it. But yes, they are designed to be modular. So you get a base. But like these, the kind of base classes, I'm sure there will be more of them added over time. But there's also going to be more sort of expansions to these existing ones. So presumably there'll be more different... I think, like, if you look at the website, they have some of this sort of outlined already, and some of it is kind of, like, to be populated, to be filled in. Like, I remember seeing some kind of a graph that showed, like, the different jobs and everything. And, like, yeah, there's supposed to be more of them. Like, you can... So this is, like, the warrior class up armor to turn your class 1 fighter into a class 3 warrior. But there's going to be other jobs at different classes, etc. So the idea is you buy more of these base kits and you buy some of these extra parts and upgrade kits, and you can kind of mix and match however you see fit. I mean, I wouldn't say this is more affordable than Gundam kits. It's just a slightly different... I mean, people kit bash Gundams as well, but they're not strictly designed for it necessarily. These are very much designed for it in the sense that all the pieces have like standardized connections. It's not maybe super duper obvious, but like there's like peg holes. Yeah, you can see there's like peg holes in his forehead, at his waist, his knees and shins. Like all the places where you want to put armor, they all peg in following a standardized system. So you can just get whatever pieces and they'll slot right in. But if you want to do that, of course you have to buy multiple kits. So it's not exactly cheaper per se. But of course, having said that, the Bandai model kits are extremely affordable. So this one was like 2,700 yen. The basic, like the high grade kits, these kits, they range from basically maybe around 1,500 yen at the lower end to up towards maybe 4,000 yen if they're really, if they have a lot of extra stuff and everything. And I mean, compare that to like Lego or I mean any other kind of similar hobby, even other Japanese brands like Motoroid have a lot of licensed kits from anime and movies and stuff, and they're just, I mean, they're not like way more expensive, but they're distinctly more expensive. But I mean, Bandai have been like the kings of this shit for like 40-50 years, if not longer, so they have their engineering on lock, and they produce shit at such a scale that I'm sure that keeps the costs down as well. But they're super well made. They're very fun and easy to build, and it's a highly recommend like Japanese model kits as a hobby. If it seems at all interesting or appealing, it's very easy to dip your toe. I mean, these are even cheaper. I think this was like 800 yen or something. And if you live in anything like slightly more populated than Sweden, chances are you have a much easier time getting stuff at prices very similar to the Japanese prices. I have to pay a bit of markup. Like, I can get stuff locally, a limited selection, but if I do, it is certainly more expensive. But it's not, you know, if I buy Lego, that's sort of marked up in a similar way anyway. So it's still like the cheapest thing you can get. It's just not as cheap if you were to buy it off the shelf in Japan. But I mean, when I was in Paris the other year, we went to the Gundam shop there, which was like very well stocked, and yeah, the equivalent, like this kind, not this specific kit, but kits like these were like 15 euros. So if you're in America, if you're in France or the UK, or like I said, some place that would have a slightly larger domestic market than we have here, chances are like you can get stuff off Amazon, or if you have hobby shops, like, and it's very easy to get into. So I think that's the rundown on it I've gotten in the mail recently. But as I mentioned, I do have a master grade kit coming. I went through a slight ordeal with Big Bad Toy Store. Not an ordeal, I should say, because their customer service was excellent, but so they have this pile of loot system where if you buy stuff, they can keep it, they can hold it for you up to 90 days, so you can combine shipping on orders that, you know, come in over a period of time. And I had a few items that needed to ship. The deadline was approaching, and simultaneously I'd received an update saying that the Syndicate Collectibles Double Dragon action figures were coming. Like, you usually get a notification when there's like, hey, you have something on pre-order, we're about to get the inventory, so it'll be ready to ship very shortly. Or rather, we're gonna charge your debit card very shortly, which I guess is the more pressing matter. So I knew that the Double Dragon figures were coming, like, within days, when I was within days of having to ship my pile of loot. And I was on the literal final day, and the stuff that was in the pile of loot was about to automatically get shipped, and I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just have it shipped then. And then like 2 hours later, I get the email that the Double Dragon figures did drop. Because I was just assuming that, well, it'll probably be a few more days, I won't get them in time to ship everything together. So they did arrive, but then I had to, because I'd already ordered the shipment, I had to reach out to customer service to see if they could combine the shipping for me, and long story short, they were basically able to do it. So I was able to get those Double Dragon figures into the same shipment, which should be in my hands, I would say, within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And the stuff that I had there, aside from the Double Dragon figures, was a Master Grade Gundam kit, and I think another Kamen Rider. So the backlog is getting quite daunting. I have something like 8 Kamen Riders and probably about as many Gundams. So we'll see when I can start catching up on that. But I mean, granted, I've got the 30 minutes fantasy shit to get fully bogged down in. But I was gonna say that I'm at least somewhat relieved that I'm not really into the designs we've seen so far from Gundam G-Quacks, the current series, or I guess it hasn't started airing yet. I think there was like a theatrical film or something. I've seen a lot of people tweet about it, but I think the actual TV show starts airing sometime in February. Obviously, there's going to be way more new additional Gundams, but they've announced the kit for like the main Gundam, I guess, as well as like one other that was revealed like just within the last week, and neither of them really speak to me. Whereas last year, the Witch from Mercury had so many awesome designs. That's where this is from, by the way.
Unspeakable horror awaits.
Thank you very much, Father Axe Keeper, for your continued support. I do appreciate that. So, last year's show had so many awesome designs that I've already got like 10 kits or something from the show, and there's like probably 10 more that I would like to get. But if G-Quacks doesn't have as appealing of a design aesthetic in general, then that's good, because I will be able to save some money, and I won't, I will have the opportunity to dig in into my Gundam backlog. Now, we had a whole slew of box art review requests, so let me finally get to that. Hop on over here and see if I can find those messages so I can retrieve the links to said cover arts. Bear with me for a moment. Let me try to grab all these at the same time. Let's give us a little bit of effort. Thank you very much for including links. Makes my life a lot easier. Try to grab these. Always a little bit of a hassle, but we got there. All right, first up, got Godie's request for Third World War. This is a pretty famous cover. Can I call it that? Looks something like this. The strategy tactics war game from Micronet for the Sega Mega CD. It's, dare I say, pretty classic cover. I think it's pretty good. Like, I think you have to look at it, and like it's pretty funny, right? I feel like even back then it must have been like, I'm sure the game is quite serious, but it's like so just goofy. I mean, it's just like so. I mean, it looks kind of goofy with Clinton's like big smile and everything, but it's mostly just it's kind of absurd, you know. It's like a kind of. It's not. It doesn't give like a feeling of like ominous world-ending catastrophe. It wasn't even Bill Clinton that fought Saddam. When in World War III, you mean? Pretty sure this is not entirely historical. But yeah, it is like, setting aside the sort of inherent funniness of the premise, it's very well painted, and conceptually it's cool. Like it's got, you know, it's a pretty different, or like it's a kind of a fresh take on the kind of war game cover art, right? Because I feel like it's the more typical thing to do would be like showing a battlefield, but here you get like the political undercurrent being made, like the subtext being the text, I guess. You do get a little bit of action with the fighter jets and the, you know, the ICBMs or whatever, and the submarine there on the bottom. You have the the quaint little, I don't know, metropolis in the right hand corner down there. And yeah, of course, the like the earth engulfed in fire. I love it. Like, it's a, you know, the juxtaposition of these you know, dudes looking so like jovial with the literal fucking earth being destroyed. Like, I'm sure the game, being a Micronet strategy game, is quite dry in its presentation, but having this like very evocative imagery to kind of frame it, I think does a lot to kind of elevate the overall sort of atmosphere of the game. So I think it's sweet, it's pretty fun, but I think it is held back slightly by technical execution. I can, you know, enjoy a cover quite a lot, despite not being painted at like an absolute god technique level. But, you know, and I do enjoy this cover. I think the vibe and idea is very strong. I think the composition is good in the broad strokes, but I don't really like how those planes kind of overlap. It's a little uncomfortable. That city on the bottom right looks weirdly kind of flat, and like it's very angular. The logo, the English title, like completely blends in with the background. So I mean, I think it's just got a few too many of those like quirks for it to be like a complete jackpot. But I think it's an easy 4 stars. This is a great cover. Gotta love it. All right, that's the Third World War for the Mega CD. Next up, we have Nico Jazz requesting a review of the cover for Super Pitfall for the Famicom. Let's bring that up. Another cave adventure spelunking kind of a game. Oh man, look at the maximized artwork image ratio to fill the entire stream. This is a very fun cover. A lot more fun than the game. I mean that not in like the game is not fun to play, but more so the game doesn't have as fun of an atmosphere. Although it might not be very fun to play either, because it's obviously a famously frustrating and difficult and confusing game.
What have you got there? A box?
What's up, Megami Infinite? I'll get to that when we get to that. Thank you very much for the request. Having said that, Super Pitfall is, I guess, not exactly presented in a very serious tone. So I wouldn't say that the cover is misrepresenting the game. Do you have a gun in Super Pitfall? Maybe you do eventually. But the game is, you know, the original Pitfall, of course, is like a very linear, simple, sort of arcade kind of a deal for the most part. But Super Pitfall is a very, I don't know if it's fair to say that it's like a Druaga inspired thing, but it's got a lot of that cryptic, like, puzzle solving, like find a bunch of invisible shit to trigger stuff that will allow you to progress, which isn't, you know, a bad fit for the kind of you know, mystery cave ruin exploration treasure hunting kind of concept. But the game is sort of yeah, just kind of infamous for its confusing nature. And I guess it's also, like, technically not, like, mega solid in terms of just, like, how the game functions. With, like, collision detection and triggers being a little ropey, I guess we can say. Cody pointed out the mop stash. Maybe it's just me being a little hungry, but to me it just reads as, like, spaghetti. Got a lot of weird hair situations going on between his floppy bangs, his spaghetti mustache, whatever the hell is going on, his, like, KFC sideburns. It's a lot. It's a whole thing. But yeah, I think this, you know, it's got a charming vibe. It's got, you know, it gives you the sense of adventure. You have all these, you know, cave-dwelling creatures. He's got his finest spelunking outfit on, swinging from a vine, brandishing his gun. I think for me, this definitely passes the, like, do I want to see this game test? Like, at the very least, I'm gonna want to grab this box and flip it over to see what's on the back. You know, it's a little bit simplistic in the sense that the scene and environment, I guess if I didn't know that you were exploring caves, we were looking at the Spelunker box previously, right? With the big old, like, lava cave shit, and that was, like, awesome. Obviously an entirely different style, but that sells the environment and the kind of perilous cave exploration concept very clearly. That I think is maybe you have to kind of infer it in this one. It's not as clearly depicted in the artwork itself. So, you know, I'd have to maybe dock it a little bit for that. I think it doesn't sort of transcend into true greatness, but I like it. It's, like, pretty charming. It's pretty decent. But coming off of, like, the excitement and the novelty of the Third World War box, I don't think I can quite rate this on the same level. So I think it's only fair that we give this one 3 stars. You know, 3 stars is not bad, but it's nothing too special. I think you could have had very similar art, like, stylistically, and very similar components arranged in a way that creates, like, a little bit more of an exciting scene or a situation, and I would maybe be more impressed. Now, of course, it has to be mentioned that Famicom boxes are very small, so you don't really have the same luxuries as you would on a big box PC game to, like, create you know, this vista. So I think this is as a design is well suited to the Famicom box format. But even if it's kind of held back by the limitation of the format, I can't give it a free ride and, like, give it bonus points for that. Like, I will inherently like covers better if they are on a more exciting, like, a canvas that allows for more exciting covers. That's just the nature of it. But that was Super Pitfall. Let's move on to Cuthbert Enters the Tombs of Doom. I feel like we're in for a banger here. Or your Commodore 16. more perilous exploration games. I rated the Third World War 4 stars, Mudu-sama. Where do we begin? Where do we begin? The Pimp My Ride font? I mean, yeah, the text, the you know, typography, I think is worth evaluating, right? And I do bring it up pretty often because I think a good logo can elevate the atmosphere of what's being depicted. I think the text here stands out. It's readable, but it doesn't feel entirely appropriate. Then again, what even is the tone of this? I have to assume that it's pretty lighthearted, if not comedic. Not only do you have this snot-faced kid who looks like a young Alfred E. Neumann, but he's also facing a skull, cartoon ghost, and a saxophone. And he's got his like Aladdin lamp. I mean, it's a lot. I assume from the format here that this is a cassette tape inlay, and I think taking that into account, I'm not saying this in, you know, to justify a higher or lower score, but I want to say that they did use the canvas pretty well, because we've seen previous cassette tape cases where there's a lot of, you know, template or fluff, or you have like, you know, the one character on a very basic background or something. Like they actually decided to do a full-on scene here, but the scene is still simple enough to be very readable even at a small size. So I think that's like good concept for a cover art that fits, you know, the format that they're working in. So I think that's like good. It's not terribly painted, frankly, but it's, I don't know, the ghost is a little bit leaves a little bit to be desired, I think. You know, there's not a lot of dramatic lighting or contrast or anything. You could easily, you know, imagine a cover like this for a British computer game that is like conceptually the same as this, but it's just like haphazardly drawn in colored pencil by the same like 17-year-old dude who programmed the game in 2 weeks, and it just kind of looks like shit. This isn't that. There's like some effort of getting someone who's actually a competent artist to paint this, which I would say like elevates it above average for, I mean, I guess I don't know Commodore 16 stuff very well, but I'm thinking of probably a little bit later, but these like very low budget Commodore 64 games and stuff. So I feel like this is not conceptually, but in terms of quality, very average. Like it's goofy and it's noteworthy, but in terms of the art itself, like there's nothing special about it, I think. I think 2 would be a little bit too harsh, so I reckon we're gonna go with 3 stars for this. I'd probably give it 2.5 if we were doing half stars, but 2 just seems like a little too harsh. But it's a pretty weak 3. It's somewhere in the middle. And I think it's riding a lot on the technical merits of the artistic execution. I wants to give it a 4.5 out of 5. I mean, obviously, any assessment like this is going to be highly subjective, right? I think it's funny, but like, I don't quite like how he's just sort of standing there. Like, it doesn't feel entirely cohesive. Like, he seems so oblivious to what's going on around him. Like, no one component of what's going on here seems to be really interacting with any other component. It's just like a bunch of stuff that's there. None of which is extremely compelling on its own. Like the saxophone just being there is, you know, funny. But I don't know. For me, like, it's the novelty of the goofiness can't carry it that far. It can carry it to 3 stars, but not further than that. So there you have it. There's Cuthbert enters the Tombs of Doom. Let's mark that as complete. Like that it implies that the saxophone is an enemy. I mean, I don't doubt it. I would be shocked if the saxophone is the strangest enemy in this game. Like, that's just what I'm guessing looking at this. Like, I feel like this is probably some, you know, Jet Set Willy or Montezuma's Revenge kind of a platformer thing with, you know, just a bunch of random crap. That's like kind of what I would expect. And I feel like it's... I mean, this might be a masterpiece. I don't know. I've never heard of this game. But it strikes me as being, like, I don't know, pretty forgettable. Speaking of, let's forget about Cuthbert and move on to Saboteur 2 and find where I saved it. There we go. I didn't realize that this was on IBM compatibles, but I guess this might have been on a few different platforms. I actually owned this game on my Nintendo Switch. My Switch was resting. Do I have it here somewhere? Go here. I think I have. I know I got the first one. Can I? Hang on. I'm trying to remember how to use a Switch. Well. We got Saboteur 2 Avenging Angel right there.
What have you got there? A box.
I've got the original Saboteur right here, right next to Gain Ground and Virtual Racing. I was just reminded seeing this, like, oh yeah, Saboteur. Vinot's got a request in there. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Yeah, so the Saboteur games are a series of, like, ninja, stealth, secret agent, spy, action, heist games, I guess. I just play them a little bit. But yeah, the Switch versions are, I think they're, like, basically completely remade, but they're based on the Spectrum versions, which I took to be kind of the original. Which, again, I was surprised. I didn't realize that they were like a DOS version. But, you know, I shouldn't be shocked, I suppose. I feel like there's a lot of these kinds of covers where you have some kind of ostensible ninja in, you know, some kind of pajama fighting something, or being in some kind of an action scene, or just like awkwardly throwing in a very unconvincing punch or kick. And for being in that genre, it's like shockingly high effort and high quality. A lot of these covers, and we've looked at a few already, a lot of them have, you know, some kind of photo referenced middle-aged white dude wearing pajamas in a, you know, highly unconvincing action pose, or just, again, like, you got this kind of crayon drawing. This has, like, a number of things going for it. It's got a cohesive scene. It's not just, you know, two dudes in a void. It's got an outfit, I would say, that is, you know, there's not a lot of detail, so it's not really like a convincingly detailed Japanese, like, the tailoring on the clothes are a mystery, to the point where it's like, yeah, whoever painted this probably didn't really know what the outfit should look like, but the stylization of how it's painted makes him get away with it. Like, nothing looks wrong. It doesn't look like pajamas. Like, it looks, I would say, convincingly enough like a proper ninja outfit. Like, I like the way you can tell that his his sort of shins and forearms are like wrapped. So it does like just tiny details like that, and he's got this like sash as well. Just the the direction of the brush strokes implying tailoring to give it like a distinct feeling of not just being sweatpants and a sweatshirt. That's all good. So like the ninja authenticity is, by the standards of British computer games, distinctly above average, I would say. The perspective on the motorcycle is a little flimsy, but it doesn't bother me because it's like the excitement of the action makes that like less of a concern. And obviously, we've got this ninja on a rocket bike in front of an explosion, which is already like pretty good. Also simultaneously fending off 3 panthers, which, as far as like what these British computer ninjas were doing on these covers, is pretty novel. It's pretty exciting, and it's surprisingly well painted. I think the puffy face on this dude on the right is maybe a little odd looking, but I'm no expert. I can't draw animals for shit. So I think for me, at least the two on the left, or the center one and the left one, the anatomy and the posing and everything comes across as entirely believable to me. And 2 out of 3 believable panthers, I would say, is also a pretty good batting average for a British computer ninja cover. I think the cover probably misrepresents the level of action and excitement in the game, but I think it does accurately depict the idea of the game. Like it's like conceptually accurate, even if it's not accurate in the details, which is fine. Like, you want the cover to help evoke the kind of feeling you want from the game itself. So yeah, I think this is like pretty damn good as far as these kinds of things go. It does bother me more than a little bit that the IBM tag on the corner is literally covering the logo of the game. I would have to assume that that's just some kind of side effect of the art being made previously, and it wasn't like designed for this, or like whoever put it together. Maybe the publisher had like a standardized thing that they would put on the top corner. Like, I feel like you could have put that thing on the bottom left corner to not cover the logo of the game. So that's like a weird choice. The logo is simple, but it's readable. Overall, like, yeah, I'm impressed because I feel like you could have so easily seen this idea executed so much worse. I think, yeah, there's just enough, like, conceptually it's, I don't know, for me, I feel like I have to appreciate this on a slightly, I don't know that ironic level is quite the right word for it, but I feel like there's a slight kind of piss take factor to what's going on here. And I can't exactly explain that, but well, beyond the self-explanatory nature of the ridiculousness of what's being depicted, but I'm trying to justify in my mind, like, how would I rate this compared to, you know, an over-the-top Japanese, like, ninja action game that has a bunch of surreal shit going on. And I just feel like it, like, I struggle to take it as, I don't know if as seriously is the right word for it, but like at face value in the same way. I appreciate like the coolness and the excitement and funness of it, but I still think that there's like a little bit of a how do I put it? Like there's a part of the ridiculousness of what's going on here that feels like it's a little bit of a joke. And I think it's well executed. It's executed well enough that it totally carries that. And it doesn't use the joke factor as an excuse to not have a well-painted, exciting cover. But I think what it does do is it kind of limits my ability to truly love it. And that combined with like some of the dodgy elements of like the panther on the right, the sort of slight lack of detail in the ninja outfit. Like I said, it works, but if you compare it to some of the mechanical detail on the motorbike, like I feel like there is room for slightly more detail in how the ninja is painted. And he's not the most embarrassing looking ninja, you know, of all these British computer ninjas by far. But he's not on the same level of, you know, the Shadow Dancer cover we looked at before. Like he's not fully, like he's badass in his, you know, little pond, but not in the grand ocean of badass video game cover art ninjas, I feel like. So all that taken into account, I think we gotta land on 4 stars. Like I couldn't in good conscience give it more than that, but it is way above average. Not just for this kind of thing, but it's like an immediately eye-catching, exciting cover with a pretty interesting composition of like the action. I think it's very well done. There you have it. Let's see where we were. That was where Dark Rift, and Megami Infinity has a request. Let's see here. I don't know if I grabbed this. Vinot, can you provide a link to the cover you requested while I grab this? It's gonna make my life a little easier. All right, next up we have Megami Tensei. Yeah, Kyoku Megami Tensei 1 and 2. And yeah, this series has a lot of pretty sick covers. And this is no exception. I'm just like taking it in.
Unspeakable horror awaits.
Base hole on some Casino Royale with cheese. That sounds pretty
What have you
good.
got there? A box?
I just had a little meal replacement bar for lunch. I was gonna say about an hour ago, but I actually have been streaming for close to 2 hours, so I guess I had it about 2 hours ago. And yeah, I could go for a Royale with cheese. Although if I did, I guess I would pass out and not have the energy to stream. So I'll just have to persist. Right, Base Hole donating 269 nice blaze bits. Thank you very much for that, Base Hole. Appreciate that. Appreciate that indeed. We're gonna get to some game spawn sooner or later, but we got important matters to deal with first. Anyway, Kyoku Megami Tensei 1 and 2. Very, very, very awesome cover. Very evocative imagery of this like half angel, half demon. I love like just the stylistic depiction of the like the snake arm and the demonic sword. It's such a cool effect too, with the 2 wings like being splayed out in different directions. The angel wing and the demon wing. It's just kind of like I'm not like even. I'm like too occupied just looking at it and taking it in to be able to really talk at the same time. I think this. Again, I wouldn't put the art on the like full top tier god level of technical execution. Like, it's not a Orai or Katsaterada cover. But I'm not saying that to knock it or to drag it down. I'm just thinking, like, what could be better about this cover? Like, well, yeah, it could technically be painted in a way that was even more, like, striking. But it is extremely strong conceptually, compositionally, and just, like, it is certainly well painted enough to not be, like, I have no complaints about any of it. But sometimes, like, some paintings are just so incredibly executed on a technical level that like just fully elevates it. And I think for something to be fully on, like, ultimate god box art level, like, I maybe need a little bit more of that, or some like additional X factor. I think other than that, and you know, your mileage may vary for whether you feel like this is a weakness or not. But I think the demon half has, like, some slight sort of contrast issues. The readability, I kind of wish the figure stood out a little bit better from the background to make it clearer, like, just a little bit more readable. Because the angel side of it is, like, very crisp and clear, and on the demon side, it, like, details kind of blend together a little bit more in a way. You know, maybe that's intentional, but I would be curious to see, like, how it could be, you know, how it could draw a bit more focus to the figure itself by having that, the left half, just sort of the contrast level is a little different. Now, obviously, I say that as a digital artist, like, because you could tweak all of that, but, like, this is obviously not a digital painting. So the idea, like, the level of craftsmanship to actually paint something like this in oil, it's just, like, flabbergasting how anyone could do this shit. Like, I have such insane respect for the craftsmanship of something like this, and that goes for a lot of covers, even if they have, like, a slightly more amateurish vibe, which this certainly does not. I don't know, really impressive. Maybe the lighting on box would change the equation. I mean, it's possible. But it's just a, yeah, really amazing cover. For me, it doesn't fully transcend to god level based on a few of those factors, but it's an easy 5-star. Like, what an incredibly sick box. What an incredibly sick box. So thank you for that, Megami Infinity. I've seen some other Megami Tensei covers that are really cool, but I'd never actually seen this one before. So thank you very much for introducing me. This is very, very cool. Vinod wants me to review the box art for Spirit of Excalibur. Grab this. Thank you for posting the link again. Mastertronic. Not familiar with this game, but a very cool box. I like this a lot. We've got, like, the Lady of the Lake holding the sword. We've got these very cool lightning bolts, this, like, sweet kind of airbrushed vibe to them. This very dramatic figure, like, summoning Excalibur, I guess. Like, the extremely gnarly cape and this kind of yeah, the sort of silhouetted horizon with the castle and the forest and, like, the ruins or whatever on the left side, with the kind of thick fog coming off the lake. Bilbo's playing this today. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm certainly curious what kind of game this is. Not entirely surprising that it would be a Bilbo kind of a game, whatever that entails. That simultaneously says everything you need to know while not really telling you anything. but also I feel unsurprised. Yeah, I think the logo is cool. I like the typography. I like, you know, a game having a proper logo. I think it's got a quite pleasing use of color, and like it's pretty monochromatic, but not in a boring way. You obviously got the contrast of the sword and the lightning bolts. Even the kind of, you know, lighting from below on the character, bringing out a bunch of the sort of detail in the chainmail and the helmet and everything, and the gnarly cape. Looks cool. Like, you've got a quite a lot of essentially negative space. But the, you know, there's a focus on the elements that matter, so it doesn't make the cover doesn't feel like empty or anything. I guess you have sort of an implied like sunset. You have this sort of orange light coming over the horizon. Like, I was thinking, I wonder if it would like maybe pop more in the sense if the background was darker, but I think this actually works well, because with the backdrop being this kind of medium tone, you get to have both the dark and the bright tones of the figure, like creating a much higher contrast and making them pop against the background. I'm trying to figure out, like, the fog is sort of blending into the folds of the cape, and you have this, what I'm reading as like the trim of the cape with this like really you know, it's like this bunched up fur that is also sort of kind of fading into the lake. I don't know, is this like a ghostly apparition rising from the lake? I've got a few questions about the composition with regards to those kinds of details. I'm honestly torn, because I think this is really, really, really cool. But I'm wondering where I land in the end. But I think, like, because there's like something gnawing at me in the back of my mind to say that it's like it's missing something. But I can't say what. I can't put my finger on what. And there's certainly a number of details that I really do like a lot. And I certainly struggle to point out any specific flaws. It's a very different cover in a way from what we just looked at. But I do think that there's a degree of, what's the word? It's not a matter of it being serious. It's not a matter of the tone, but there's like a professionalism to the execution. There's like a thoughtfulness to the composition. There's just like a level of artistry that isn't to do with the specific, like the rendering or the technique, but just like the overall composition and like the totality of it, that to me demonstrates a level of artistry that we did not see in the Saboteur box. So I think for me, this still ultimately lands as a 5-star box. Like, it is just so cool. Like, I like how the title is well integrated in the sense that if you removed the title logo, it would feel empty. And I don't say that as like a slight against the composition. Like, it's quite the opposite. Like, it means that the composition is well considered for its purpose. And this would be like, yeah, this would make a cool poster. Like, there's room for more details and stuff going on in like the corners or whatever. But as we see, like, you know, we got the little format sticker on the left and the publisher logo on the bottom right. And they end up not obscuring anything. I think it would have maybe been cool to see the surface of the water a bit more prominent to make it clear. And like, actually properly seeing the hand coming through the surface as opposed to almost kind of coming off the bottom of the box, I think would be very nice. But it's hard to say like how this would look on a physical box in person. I only have this scan to go on, so maybe that's like a non-factor. But either way, superb box art. I really love it. So thank you very much for that. Next up, Terravan wants me to review Burger Time. If you happen to have a picture of that to provide, I'd appreciate it. I'm gonna do my best to find it, but I barely know what I'm looking for. So I'll find what I can find. This on well, it's not on Game FAQs.
What have you got there? A box?
It's not. The format is not on here unless it's called something else. It's on Moby Games. What's up, Mike? Yeah, I have a limit on redemptions, so feel free to redeem until we're until you can't. All right, you got the box there. Thank you. We'll get to Bond eventually. But I'm nothing else going on today, and I have to imagine that Casino Royale is not going to be a super long game. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. Silverfin ended up being more of a challenge than I expected. It was quite a meaty game. All right, Burger Time. Let's get cooking. For the Deco cassette system or whatever it was called. I feel like Burger Time is always just a kind of an off-putting game, isn't it? Not of the game itself, but just like you've got like these sentient foods, but also these big burgers, and like the scale of everything is all fucked up. Nothing matches each other, and you're like killing eggs and sausages by assembling hamburgers on top of them. It's a weird game. So I've always had like a, I don't know, contentious relationship with Burger Time. It's also difficult. Whenever I've tried playing it, I can't get fucking anywhere in it. But that might be on me. I think this is well painted. I like that it's properly using the entire canvas. You know, we've got the big old burger. We've got all these enemy characters. We've got some condiments, I guess, in the background. I think as far as how to illustrate Burger Time, I don't know what you would want that isn't present here. I think this is a good representation of the vibe of the game. It's like a little bit weird and off-putting in a way that's entirely appropriate. I like the kind of I'm not even sure how to describe it, but like the sort of commercial art kind of quality and style of rendering with this like caricature dude and these like cartoony foodstuffs. It's like pretty stylistically consistent, and it does feel like, I'm assuming this is a Japanese release, and it does feel like it's that kind of Japanese, I don't want to say a Japanese take on an American thing per se, but like I could be wrong about this, but I'm assuming it's a Japanese illustration, because I feel like if this was attempted by an American or a British artist, you would end up with something that is wildly more off-putting and weird. The ecosystem was a tape so you can load into arcade cabinets. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not very familiar. But it makes sense because, yeah, I wouldn't think that Data East had their own like home console. So I guess that makes sense. But yeah, like I don't know what a good example would be off the top of my head, but I think there is a certain cutesy charm to this that you wouldn't get in an American attempt at this kind. Like, there is obviously an inherent sort of cuteness to a lot of games, including Burger Time, that were coming out in this era that was routinely captured very poorly in American artwork for these games. Sometimes they deliberately went in a totally different direction. Sometimes they would try to kind of capture some of that cuteness and fail miserably. And this, I think, isn't like fully going for that sort of Famicom, you know, Taito style mega cuteness, but it has that cuteness element to it while also having that sort of American vibe, just in terms of like the setting. Horrid little men. I mean, as far as horrid little men go, this is a very appealing one, I think. Like, he has like the what's the word? Man, I'm not finding any words today. Like, he isn't actually horrid, but he's like horrid coded. Or maybe it's the opposite. I'm not sure. Anyway, enough waffling. I think this is a good cover. I don't really like Burger Time, and there's a lot of stuff going on here that I don't really like, but it's well executed and I think it's appropriate for the game. So I think, again, like, as far as what kind of cover you would want for Burger Time, you're not gonna get like that much better than this. And I think the execution, like the character, is very well done. A very well done version of this. There's definitely other versions of this character that are much more in like a full-on cutesy style that I find more appealing personally. But I can clearly see what they were going for here, and I think it's well done. At the end of the day, though, like, this is a lot of personal preference, but it's like, can I really give this 4 stars? It's well done, but it's like, and it's fucking Burger Time, and it's weird. Yeah, I don't have half stars to work with, and I think 4 would just be maybe a little too generous. Maybe a little too generous. So I think I'm landing on 3 at the end here. I could be convinced to go slightly higher, but I think 4 is pushing it. So there you go. That's Burger Time for the Deco cassette system. Mike wants a review of Tekken 4. See if we can grab that. And one that's not bit quality. This will do, I guess. Let's show me Tekken 4. Boom. I believe that this is either the same or similar to the Japanese cover. The American one has a quite different cover. That's, as you would expect, a little less artistic and a little less evocative and interesting. Tekken, I would say, for better or for worse, we're kind of a pioneer in fighting game box art in terms of moving away from the standard showing off the roster cover art. They weren't the first or the only ones to do it. SNK had some really sweet covers that were really interesting for a bunch of their fighting games. So maybe even Pioneer is not really fair. Though I suppose the difference is that I think when you look at covers like this and Tekken Tag Tournament one before it, you can see a straighter line between these cover designs and what modern fighting game covers often look like, where there is like, you know, Tekken 5 had kind of a shitty box with just, you know, a little clip art collection of the new characters. But otherwise, like Tekken Tag 4, 6, 7, and 8, they're all just various collections of Mishimas. So I kind of dislike how it's started that trend, but you know, it's not fair to retroactively apply blame, I think, because in and of itself, it's a pretty cool cover. Yeah, the Japanese one's a little different. Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but that sounds right. But yeah, so if you think of most like Japanese fighting, like again, I'm speaking strictly on Japanese covers, because the Western ones for fighting games traditionally have like kind of shit. But well, there's stuff like Mortal Kombat and whatever, but like the localized Western covers for Street Fighter and shit like that were often quite bad. But like Tekken 1 and Tekken 2, actually, yeah, even Tekken 3, now that I think of it, Tekken 3 just has Jin, like Jin's face, but it's a very cool cover. So I guess now that I think of it, like the actual fighting game poster era of Tekken boxes is really just Tekken 1 and 2. But talking about this in specific, like it's pretty evocative, and I think it's like the logo, I think it's a good representation of the artistic direction of Tekken 4, which to this day like really stands out from everything else. Tekken 5 was like such a backtrack. It was like the Tekken 3 sequel, and they just like really stuck aesthetically with a lot of the same, you know, visual language up until Tekken 8 that finally sort of started shifting things a little bit with character designs and whatnot. But Tekken 4 really kind of stands out, and I like that we have the new design for Jin front and center to kind of illustrate that as well. I don't think it's like a super exciting cover, and even though I said it's not fair to kind of retroactively place blame on this cover for kind of heralding generations of boring fighting game covers, even by its own merits, it is a little bit boring. I think compositionally, the use of color and everything, I just happened to see it when I was grabbing this image. The American cover is like way worse, because it's just a stock picture of Jin's face. Like, it's just way worse. But I don't know. I still think this is kind of weak. Yeah, I happen to just look at the Japanese one, and the Japanese one to me is like way better. they're similar enough, but there's a difference. But we're talking about this one now. There's just something about it that isn't like, I see what they're going for. There's like the kind of the vibes and the drama, and I think the tone of this matches the tone of like the opening cinematic. Of course, the whole Heihachi, Kazuya, Jin, like family drama, Mishima shit, which was, it hadn't quite gotten long in the tooth yet at this point, but it was kind of getting there. But it is I think a good sort of representation of that. I don't really like the lightning bolts and the smoke. The way it's integrated, it's awkward that you have this big lightning bolt right across Kazuya's face. And the other lightning bolt sort of, you know, turning into this tangent with Heihachi's sideburns. It's a little clumsy, I think, the execution of those elements. It's decent, but it's not exciting, and it's not, I think even though there is like some degree of artistic expression here, it's just not quite, it doesn't land for me. And to make a comparison, I said that Tekken was sort of, even though I kind of take it back, but the word I used was a pioneer. in like these styles of boxes as opposed to the big like poster with all the characters. But when I compare this just mentally to what SNK were doing with so many of their covers that had, you know, just a singular character or a dramatic scene, those were so interesting and so cool and so evocative in a way that this just isn't. So I look at this and I feel like it's a little bit boring, but I do feel like it's representing the game. I think the Japanese one is basically the same concept, but cooler and better and more exciting. But this, like, it has some things going for it. Like, many modern, looking at Tekken, you know, Tag 2, 7, 8, like, 5 onwards anyway, I guess. Like, most Tekken covers in the last 20 years, I feel like a slight degree of despair when I look at, because it's just like, ugh. And Tekken is not unique in that. Like, I feel the same way about Mortal Kombat. Street Fighter, really. 5 and 6 both have shit box art. 4 mostly did, depending on versions. And this doesn't quite fill me with that despair. And that's like maybe the best thing I can say about it. Well, I guess I have said slightly nicer things about it, but that's for me the... Like, it could be worse. It could be a lot worse, is kind of how I feel. And so ultimately, I think there is still enough to like about it to not give it a bad review. But it's quite middling. I think 3 is a fair score. It's okay. There will be worse Tekken boxes. It is not aggressive enough in its missteps for me to really dislike it strongly. I'm pretty neutral on it. But it's yeah, I think potentially a herald of things to come. Like there are other covers, like the Japanese Tekken Tag and Tekken 4 boxes have more stylistic flourish to them that make them interesting, even if they're conceptually quite similar. So it's just like a little bit lacking. But yeah, it's just like, you know, I don't think this is great. But I also have to kind of take into account like what I've rated 1 and 2. You know, ultimately the scale is going to kind of coalesce in the center, right? 1s and 5s are going to be pretty rare. To say nothing of, you know, ratings that might go beyond those ends of the scale. Like the thing is, like, the argument could be made that this is a 2, sure. But I think the American one, for example, and other similar boxes, to me, are like distinctly weaker than this, but I couldn't realistically give those 1 star either. So like, obviously video game box art quality is more granular than a 5-star scale can quite, you know, fully represent. But if you're unhappy with the score, feel free to start your own box art review service. Well, that was fun. But I've now been streaming for 2 hours and change, and I need to take a break. And when I return, let's finally get to some Bond action, shall we? Let's get to some highly exciting mobile phone James Bonding when I return. But until then, enjoy some jams. I'm gonna get another drink, I think. Maybe a snack even. Thinking about that Casino Royale with cheese still. And I'll be back before long. So see you guys then. Hang tight, and I'll be back shortly. All right. Down. And finally, after much ado, move on to the main event of today's stream. We're finally resuming the adventures of James Bond. And we are today finally embarking on mission number 36, which is Casino Royale, the mobile phone game released in 2006 to coincide with Daniel Craig's debut as James Bond on the big screen. Let's see if we've got my stuff here in order. As is typical with these phone games, there's not a lot of ancillary material for us to look through, as there are with some of these other games in terms of advertisements and manuals and that kind of thing. But that's probably good. It means we'll get to the action a little a little sooner. But that's not to say there's nothing. We can of course start with our little game info introduction here. Casino Royale, developed by Java Ground for Sony. Imagine that you are 007 agent in Casino Royale. Complete 15 dangerous missions serving Her Majesty. Casino Royale gives you opportunity to test your intellect, quick wit, and to try how it feels to be a mysterious guy whose name is Bond, James Bond. Yeah, this is probably not official marketing copy for the game, but it'll have to do. It'll have to do. So we watched the film on Discord last night. I have seen this film before, but not in many years. I'm not actually sure, now that I think of it, that I've ever seen this film more than once before this. I have, or at least had at one point, the Blu-ray, or a Blu-ray with this film, which I had received as a gift from Sony for signing up for the PlayStation Network in 2006. There was a thing where you could like pre-sign up for a PlayStation Network account before the launch of the PlayStation 3, and by doing so, you got a free copy of Casino Royale on Blu-ray. And I remember that I did this. I created an account using... I was living in Japan at the time. But I created an account using my Swedish like home address and whatever. And whenever the PlayStation 3 launched in Japan, I didn't buy a PS3 at launch, but I bought one fairly soon after when Virtua Fighter 5 released in, I want to say, early February of 2007. So about a month or 2 months, I guess, after the launch, I got my PS3, my trusty PS3 that still is sitting here, technically working, but, you know, just barely, I guess. And I discovered when I got my PS3 that my pre-registered PSN account could not be created due to the fact that the PS3 had not yet launched in Europe. The PS3 didn't launch in Europe until March, I think. It was a little bit later. It launched in Europe a few months at least. It might have been a little bit later, but it was in the spring, I think, of 2007. And because I had created like a European account, like at the time, you know, before having the PS3, obviously it wasn't really clear how regional accounts and stuff would work. So, you know, I didn't want to create an account that would be sort of locked to my Japanese like student dorm address. So that's why I just used my Swedish home address. But that in turn, you know, led to the account being a Swedish account. So when I got my PS3 in Japan and I tried to log in and register the account that I had like pre-signed up for, it wouldn't let me because it was like, yeah, this account isn't valid because the PS3 isn't out in Europe yet. So I was like, oh, okay. So I created a US account instead. And that's still like my main PSN account. Like it's an American account. Because I suppose I figured at the time that I would rather have a US account because stuff would be in English. And it would just be sort of easier to deal with, which turns out, I think, to be a prudent choice. I have had multiple Japanese accounts since, and there are ways to like add funding to the accounts and everything, but it's always a little bit like you have to kind of jump through some slightly more convoluted hoops to do that through a Japanese account if you're outside Japan than with an American one. But the funny thing is that like when that sort of date came and went and like European accounts were eligible, I tried to register that account like to have as a secondary PAL account, and for whatever reason it didn't work. I like the password had reset. Like there was some reason or another I could never log into that account I like pre-registered. But I had the PS3 and I had the US account and whatever stuff was working. I guess I just didn't see a need for, like, it wasn't an urgent concern to get that European account sorted, so I just never bothered. So that account that I pre-registered ended up never ever being used. I have never logged into it once. But I did get a Blu-ray of Casino Royale for my trouble. And it was shipped to my Swedish address, of course. Or I guess I don't remember, but yeah, I was living with my brother at the time, and he was still there. Well, I mean, I was living in Japan, but like the address that I would have given them would have been the apartment I had shared with my brother. So whenever Sony shipped out that Blu-ray, I guess it was sent to my brother, and he had, you know, it was waiting for me when I got home from Japan, you know, 6 months later. So I probably watched that then in like the fall of 2007. But I don't know that I've actually seen Casino Royale since then. But I watched it yesterday. A few of us did. And it was good. I liked it. I haven't seen... I guess Spectre is the only Craig film I haven't seen. But I saw Quantum of Solace in theaters, and I have never revisited it since. And by all accounts, like, it's known as a weak movie, and I felt like it was very, like, at the time, my main memory of Quantum of Solace is that it was forgettable. But I watched it because I had fun, like, I had liked Casino Royale. So in my vague recollection, even though I couldn't really remember any details of Casino Royale, like, I figured I would enjoy it. And I think Skyfall is the Craig film I've seen like a couple of times at least. Because I thought I never saw Spectre because everyone said it's shit and it looked shit. And I watched No Time to Die in theaters. But I wasn't really sure what to expect. Like, so generally I felt like I liked Daniel Craig. I like him in the role. But it was still kind of very refreshing and surprising to watch the film because it's a very simple story for the most part. It has some twists and turns towards the end that are a little bit half-baked. But the main plot is quite simple and very, like, you know, straightforward in its presentation. And the film is, like, largely carried, I think, by the charisma. Well, I say carried. It's a good movie. But it's a good movie in part due to the charisma of Daniel Craig, and especially his chemistry with Eva Green. Their scenes together are, like, amazing. And I was surprised, like, even though, again, the opening, like, parkour chase is kind of that's like I feel like the thing that people remember about Casino Royale. And that's like a really well staged action sequence, and I was kind of blown away as we watched it that there are several action set pieces that are like really, really, really well staged, and some like really intense, good, charming, and funny dialogue scenes. Like, it's a different kind of movie, you know, coming off of Die Another Day, certainly. But I can see, like, that it was the right movie at the right time for that. I liked it a lot, but, like, yeah, I can see it being... I can see it being successful and people liking it, but I can also see, you know, some people being... I don't want to say stick in the muds about it, but... Casino Royale is also a film that, like, kind of quite deliberately makes an effort to not, like, lean on Bond, tropes. And, you know, I don't think it's not a ultra top tier film for me in the series. License to Kill is still my favorite of the ones we rewatched during James Bond, but I really, really liked From Russia with Love as well. And I think both of those two, like, very strongly have in common that they aren't like most other Bond films. They are not formulaic, and they don't lean on, like, the tradition of all this, you know, stuff that you expect to see in these films. And I think they're kind of better for it. Obviously, in the case of From Russia with Love, like, those tropes hadn't been established yet, but like, it's just an exciting, tense spy thriller, which, you know, isn't necessarily how you would describe most Bond films. And Casino Royale is like a little bit like that too. In any case, it was a good movie, and I'm excited to revisit Quantum of Solace eventually. I don't think I will enjoy it all that much. I don't think it's going to be great, but it's going to be fun. And I am excited because Quantum of Solace has 4 games. There's the 360 game, there's the PS2 game, there is the DS game, and there is the Java phone game. I don't know much about the latter 3, but the first one, the 360 game, was developed by Treyarch for Activision. And supposedly, you know, the production of Quantum of Solace was, like, famously a bit of a shit show. And so, presumably, partially because of that, at least, like, they just didn't have proper access to, like, what the movie was going to be. So that game is, in a not insignificant part, basically an adaptation of Casino Royale, as I understand it. And maybe that's true for all the versions, but that's, like, what I remember hearing about the game. So, watching the film yesterday, I was like, man, I'm excited to like, I hope a lot of these action scenes are in the Quantum of Solace game, because there's no Casino Royale, like, console game. But from the, like, 2 minutes of this phone game that I played to test things out earlier today, I'm, like, already excited to see what these scenes are going to be like in this game, even, because this game seems pretty sick as far as phone games go. What we can do to familiarize ourselves a little bit is we can watch the trailer for the film. For those of you who did not watch the film in the last 24 hours, we'll get a little refresher on the broad strokes of the plot. And yeah, just get in the mood, I suppose, for the game. So let's take a look at the trailer for Casino Royale, shall we?
Your file shows no kills, Bond. But to become a 00, it takes 2. How did you die? Your contact? Not well. You needn't worry. The second is... yes. Considerably.
It is considerably. That's what they say.
The man was Le Chiffre, private banker to the world's terrorists. Which would explain how he could set up a high-stakes poker game at Casino Royale in Montenegro. If he loses this game, he'll have nowhere to run. You're the best player in the service.
The Treasury has agreed to stake you in the game. But if you lose, our government will have directly financed terrorism. I will be keeping my eye on our government's money. and off your perfectly formed house.
You noticed.
I hope our little game isn't causing you to perspire.
It doesn't bother you killing those people.
Well, I wouldn't be very good at my job if it did.
How's our girl? Melted your cold heart yet? James,
Get the girl out.
You're not going to let me in there. You've got your armor back on.
I have no armor left. You've stripped it from me. Whatever is left of me. Whatever I am. I'm yours.
The only question remains. Will you yield? In time?
Pretty good trailer, because I kind of just want to watch the movie now. So, you know, they lay out the broad strokes of the plot, and like I said, it's a pretty simple plot, so, you know, that's pretty much it. They find out that there's this poker game. Bond needs to be there, needs to make sure that Mads Mikkelsen loses. That's the mission. So, I literally just had the thought right now, like, are we going to have to play poker in the game? I mean, that was a thing in, was it Tomorrow Never Dies that had the blackjack sequence? That was pretty good. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. The game does have some pretty cool action. So I'm excited for that. One final stop before we finally get to the game. And that is a quick check-in with the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative, in which you guys will help unlock additional bonus missions. We're getting quite close to the next one, which will be, in some fashion or another, we will be playing. Let's see if I have the correct one. There we go. The 007 edition of Seen It, the DVD game, which I ordered from eBay this morning. We're getting close to it, so I bought a copy of this game. And we'll figure out how we're going to play this. Maybe you guys will be playing it with my help. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we will be doing a stream of Seen It, the DVD game, once we have completed... that's the wrong button. There we go. 10 daily objectives. And we're currently at 8. The way this works is contributions to the channel in the form of subs, bits, etc. adds to the Q credits pool there at 1 credit per bit, or 250 for a sub, etc. So at 231, is that how the math works out? Additional credits on this stream, we will have reached our 9th daily objective. So we're getting there. We're getting there. As soon as we reach 10, that's not to say that the next stream will be Seen It. We'll figure that out. But at least I have a copy of the game on the way, and we'll figure that out when we get there. But I'm pretty excited for it. It should be fun. A little bit of Bond trivia. So that's where we're at with that. And without further ado, let's try to play the game. I had to get like 8 different versions of the game to find one that would run correctly and would have the correct resolution and where the buttons would work. But from my testing, this appears to work. Let's get a timer on screen, shall we? Oh yeah, I gotta actually start the program. Go. And yes, MTI, the original novel and the 60s film, it's Baccarat, but you know, correctly. Whoa! Ah, shit! Knocked over the Gundam. Whatever. Who the fuck knows what Baccarat even is, compared to Texas Hold'em? So I think that makes sense. Okay. This should work. Check this shit out. This is a Java phone game with sound effects and music. I try to adjust audio levels ahead of time, so hopefully your eardrums are intact. I was trying to remember if this was like the theme song from the film, because I remember the theme song being like pretty forgettable. The opening credits sequence from the film is awesome, but I can't remember, like even now I'm like, is this the theme song? I can't recall. I don't think so, but like maybe. I'll have to cross-reference. So you've got player stats. We have like RPG upgrades in this game. Yeah, I guess we have some stats on record here because I had to play to test to make sure the buttons were working and everything. Sound effects and music. Yeah, so like I said, I had to get a bunch of different versions of this game because it kept like the buttons didn't work correctly. And the versions I had that where the buttons did work, they were in a different, like a lower resolution, so the graphics were all scrunched up. But this appears to be the proper version with the full 240 by 320 pixel resolution graphics, music and sound effects, and the buttons work. Let's read the help, I suppose. The menus I think we can figure out, but let's read game help. Yeah, right soft key to open the pause menu. Up to jump, climb bars, use elevators, use stairs, release grappling hook, pick lock, defuse bomb. So many exciting actions on just the up direction. Down to crouch, descend bars, use elevators, grab ledge, release grappling hook. Left to move left, use stairs. Right to move right, use stairs. 5 button to shoot, brawl, use switch, pick lock, or defuse bombs. 0 to cycle through weapons. Left soft key, weapon selection, / perform a bond move. Pick lock, defuse bomb, use switch. A dedicated bond move button. How sick is that? Oh, okay, so we use diagonals for jumping. That's good to know. So yeah, I played stage 1 and like I'm stoked. Well, I think we've delayed this long enough. Let's start the timer and let's begin Casino Royale. Oh shit, I just realized. Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say I have hotkeys for my timer that are like on the same keys as the game controls, but I think the global hotkeys are disabled, so we should be fine. Delete your current save game. Yes. Mission 1, the chase. Act 1, Moloka. Intelligence shows that Le Chiffre has arranged a bombing to help his diverse financial interests. You must stop the bomber, Moloka, from fulfilling his mission. Was his name ever shown or said in the film? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. What's up, Ingvars? Happy Bond Saturday. Use extreme caution, 007. They may already know you have arrived. Objective, take out Moloka. Alright, so we got the parkour chase to start the game. Although, level 1 is maybe a little tutorial. Look, we got a M briefing. Look at these graphics. Such a good Bond sprite. I don't know if they had likeness rights, because it doesn't really look like Daniel Craig. But he's blonde in the in-game sprite, at least. Intelligence shows Moloka is hiding in this area. Be careful, Bond. Bond says, it's okay to punch and shoot. The direction keys to move. I like that he's not responding to M, but he's instructing me. Oh, you hold the button and you start running. Punching sounds. The sound levels are a bit weird. The music's really loud, but the sound effects are a bit soft. Lord Sonnevel rating with 115 viewers. Greetings, greetings, friends. You're just in time. You missed the first 2 minutes of me navigating menus, basically, and starting the first mission of Casino Royale for mobile phones. Saved areas. I don't exactly know what that means, but that sounds good. And hello, welcome everybody. You're joining us here for the long-awaited resumption of Games Bond, my years-long project of chronologically going through every conceivable James Bond video game. And we have arrived in 2006 for the Java phone adaptation of the first Daniel Craig Bond film, Casino Royale, where you're just about to do some exciting parkour. And we've been just chatting for like 2 hours, so apologies if I'm not overly keen on chatting more to welcome you folks. I want to get into some Bond action right now. But welcome everybody. What is my J2ME emulation technology of choice? It's what's the word? It's choice insofar as it's the it's what I've got. But I'm using K emulator, which I would not necessarily recommend, or at least I know that it's not what people who know this stuff better than me would recommend. As far as I'm aware, I think using BlueStacks to run like an Android emulator of J2ME stuff is gonna give better compatibility and results. I think that's like still the current meta. But this is all like stuff basically I had set up like 5 years ago, and it works just well enough for me to not want to bother setting up some alternate technology. And in the case of this game, it does seem to work mostly fine. But if you're looking to get J2ME stuff running, there are people like I had help setting this up years ago, and there's probably better people to ask than my people whose advice is better than mine, probably. Anyway, we punched this guy in the back of his head, and it says, "You can't catch me so easily." We'll see about that. Look at him run. You can jump up the stairs. We're gonna parkour this guy so hard. A Bond meter is flashing, indicating you can perform a Bond move. Trusted wristwatch also doubles as a grappling hook. We've already got more gadgets than the film. And we're, well, technically 4 minutes in here according to the timer, but we could have been about 25 seconds in. Press the left soft key to perform a Bond move. Look, the Bond move button is flashing. Let's hit the button. Look at that shit. Game rules. This switch is linked to a deadly laser beam. switch it off by hitting it. Press OK to turn off the linked laser. Do it. Punch it. Oh, I didn't actually punch. There's an actual unique animation for flipping the switch. That's pretty good. Advance up the stairs. Olga hasn't seen you yet. Grab the ledge and strike when you can. Up to the ledge using up. Okay to punch and shoot. Okay, so I think if I turn around... Okay, I was able to turn around without going down the stairs. Like, you can tap the button to take a little careful, sneaky Prince of Persia step, and then you hold it down and you start running. Pretty good. So I should be able to press the diagonal button. Yeah, that works too. I like that we punched him in the back of the neck, but he's still, like, not suspecting a thing. Look at the animation. Oh shit, he exploded us. You will never catch me. Never say never. Whoa! Do the parkour. Holy shit. This game rules. Got bullets. You have found a clip of ammo. Keep an eye on your ammo. It is limited. Okay to shoot. Bond, you have finished the first level. After every level, you will see how well you did. Afterwards, you'll be taken to a stats page where you can increase your abilities. Left soft key to continue. Sick. New record. Whoa, time left. I wonder if that's like a bonus timer or there's an actual hard time limit. How fluid is the movement and controls? It seems pretty good so far by the standards of my limited J2ME experience. Coincidentally, the other week we played a Java game based on AXA, the classic fantasy adventure comic. It's a whole other story that I will try not to derail too far. But the reason we were playing that game was because I found myself in a business meeting with the current rights holder and publisher of AXA Comics, who offhandedly mentioned that there had been a phone game based on the property, and I like perked up and like, oh, that's sick. And he was like, well, I could send you a build if you're interested. I'm like, I sure am. So I got these like developer builds of the game that were had their own kind of like bundled emulator. I'm very not knowledgeable about J2ME stuff, so I'm not sure like what the different kind of factors are for performance and controls and how it all works. But when we played the AXA game, which is a 2011 game, so it's quite late for J2ME, I was stunned at like how smooth the controls were and how kind of, I don't want to say advanced, but like sophisticated the combat in it was. And it's like a side-scrolling platformer, not too dissimilar from this, you could say. And that game felt like it was much smoother than any other similar game I've played, which, again, I have very limited experience. And this isn't perhaps quite on that level, but it still feels pretty good. But I'm curious to see how it's going to handle once we have like actual more action to deal with. And this is already an exciting score tally here. Just looking at the categories and the promise of what we might deal with over the course of this game. We have weak, normal, and strong enemies. We will have bosses. We already know about the Bond moves, but I'm excited to see what those will be. These contextual stunts and shit. Combos. Items. I guess we got points for picking up the clip. Mini game. So that's probably like the bomb defusal thing that the controls or like the help screen mentioned. All right. We got 21 XP, so we haven't quite leveled up, but we have 1 point for shooting, brawling, armor, or stealth. I mean, it's a little hard to say what this will even really do. I guess armor is going to increase our max HP. I suppose brawling and shooting probably increases damage for guns and fists correspondingly, and stealth, I guess, how quickly enemies will see us if we try to sneak up on them. We might do a lot of punching, so we're a blunt instrument. Let's put a point in brawling. Oh, base damage 16, combo length 4, combo. We're gonna put points in brawling so we can do sick combos. Oh yeah, so you can see how the combo chance goes up from 50 to 52%. Our base damage is up. Okay, so you can kind of... Oh, okay, so you can see what each category does. The gun accuracy, base damage, and critical strike chance increases. Melee reduction, bullet reduction, alright. Look ahead, stealth detect, sneak... Oh, so you actually get, like... I'm assuming what look ahead means is, like, literally getting to see further ahead. This is fascinating. Percentage chance. Oh, this is intriguing. All right, but we're gonna go with brawling. Okay, 1 of 15 missions completed. Close call. Olga has already placed some of his explosives. James, we need you to go in and defuse them. Use 4 explosives. This isn't really in the film. Yeah, and we do have the kind of typical Java phone game thing where the music just never loops. It'll play a music track once, and then we just kind of get silence. But in this game, we at least have sound effects. Your bond meter is flashing, indicating you can perform a bond move. Aim for the gas tank. Alright, so I'm assuming we should wait until the guy is there. That's pretty cool. It's a shame that we don't get a Bond jingle for performing the Bond moves. That's certainly a little bit of a missed opportunity. But that was still cool. Submachine gun has been carelessly left on the platform above. Just the type of advantage you may need. Press up at the top of the stairs to reach the bar. Oh, okay, so we're gonna like shimmy across. Okay, yeah, so I'm just holding left and we're going up. We're not like, we can't go like behind. Use your computer to bypass security, plant listening devices, or defuse bombs. Up 2 to start, press the buttons as they appear. Oh shit. But, okay. Countdown. Wait, what button is that? Oh, that's probably the center button. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we did it. That's pretty good. Bond, use the bars around you to reach new platforms. So we got like non-linear levels. Animation's sick. Oh, dude, little animation of him like grabbing the gun. Interesting choice of a weapon, Bond. Submachine gun is the standard spray and pray fully automatic machine gun. Alright, okay, so Em is maybe not the most knowledgeable about firearms, but that's okay. It's not really her role. She's briefing us well enough. Oh yeah, we can toggle weapons. Oh, the game pauses while we're in the gun menu. Nice. All right, he didn't notice anything. All right, I guess we expended all of the... Oh, they have shared ammo. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. They're both like 9mm. Oh, the little gun drawing animation is so good. I guess we'll try the pistol to see if we got like better accuracy. We should try some brawling as well, but... Little paper doll animation. It's pretty sweet. Oh, I can't climb through. Okay. Like, oh! You have found a weakness in your enemy. Make use of that knowledge by entering in the key sequence. Oh, maybe the combo trigger, like, if the dice roll succeeds, this is what triggers. You do a fucking finishing move? Holy shit. This game is fucking awesome so far. Bond, you will need to crouch to make it through such a small gap. Oh, you do a little combat roll. Just a little crouch after the roll, right? Do it, climb up. You found a health pack. Walk over it when your health meter is low. Automatically adds to your health. The level's like already exponentially larger than the first one. I didn't exactly mean to do that, but that's fine. We'll fight animation. All right, let's defuse another bomb. Get some action bomb music. Using bomb. 3, 2, 1. Oh, never mind. I guess we only got action music for the first bomb defusal. Nailed it. All right, 2 bombs left. "21 seconds. We're getting less time for each of them. Excellent job, Bond. There's one more bomb to defuse before you can chase after Moloch. Exits will be marked once mission objectives have been completed. Sweet. So, I was confused about the bomb defusal thing, because the help screen said that the soft key buttons, which are like the kind of the... There's like 2 buttons up top, I guess, typically, that are used for like menu navigation and stuff. So you use them for, like, you can see on screen... Well, I guess you don't really see it, but I pressed the right one. Like, you see it in the menus. Like, the select and back is like... That's like the on-screen caption to tell you what those buttons that are physically placed around those corners will do. And it said in the help screen that those buttons would be used for bomb defusal. But so far, we've only using the direction and the center button, which is like the action button. Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll turn more advanced. Oh, Bond move. Oh shit! Fucking execution. Holy crap. Takedowns. Alright, accuracy seems better than with the submachine gun. Maybe I should have been crouching or found cover or something. Oh, holy shit. Fucking neck twist. Yeah, we got tuxedo sprite. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what you would expect in most Bond games. Like, graphics storage space is at an extreme premium in phone games like this, typically. So there's no way they would spend a bunch of space on multiple outfits for Bond. And, you know, if you don't know the movie super well, like, you look at his sprite and you go, yeah, that's Bond. Like, so that makes sense. Like, not particularly surprising. And I mean, it's a very good Bond sprite, so I mean, no complaints there, really. James, you made it inside the embassy. You're too late. That's what you think. All right. Oh yeah, there's a timer. I guess there's no timer on screen, is there? Have like a time left counter here. Okay, so weak enemy, I guess, are like the construction workers. A normal enemy were the gun dudes. 2 Bond moves, 4 combos, 5 items, 4 minigame. Yeah, like I said, I figured bomb defusal would be minigames. All right, how many? I guess we must have leveled up, right? Oh, we're level 3 even. 2 points. Oh, maybe we did level up from like level 0 to level 1, and that's why we got 1 point after the first level. Wait, so combo length decreases. Interesting. Maybe that's like how many times you have to hit before you can trigger a finishing move. I don't know. Well, let's put 1 point into shooting. Man, I guess if you like you speedrun this, you get more time bonus and you'll like level up faster so you can boost your stats. You can also like play, there's like a level select screen. So I guess you could probably like replay levels to grind stats. Maybe the combo is number of buttons to press. I guess that's very possible. Mission 3, the embassy. Okay, so this is kind of typical, by the way. There have been other games like this. You know, the opening scene that this stuff is kind of adapting is a big moment in the movie. It's like a, you know, it's one of the big action set pieces of the film. But it is kind of funny that we're like 20% of the way through the game and we are still in the opening scene of the film. Well, I guess technically this is not the opening, but it's essentially the opening scene. It's like the Amiga License to Kill game where there's like 6 levels and like 4 of them are the opening, like pre-credits opening scene of the film. Which is pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, you know, surely we'll have the airport and surely the actual poker game will be in the game in some form. And then I guess we should probably have the Venice stuff at the very end. So, you know, focusing on the, like the big action set pieces in the film is nothing strange. Anyway, embassy. Moloka is hidden inside the embassy. You may have to override their security programs to get to him. Find out whatever he knows about Le Chiffre. Override their security program. Defeat Moloka. Alright. We're gonna hack. Hey. Little camera. Like in the film. Sometimes people will leave behind useful items in their rooms behind doors. I just like jumped across here. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, did I? Is this fucking Rolling Thunder? Am I stealth hiding in the... No, never mind. Oh shit. Little animation of him running up to him and like fucking breaking his arm or whatever I did. That's so sick. Well, clearly I was not hidden inside that little room, so... Action roll. Oh, that's the elevator. Nothing here. I guess we gotta go... Oh, okay. I don't stop there. Oh, shit. Okay, thank you, tutorial. I didn't do too much damage. We're okay. The guard hasn't seen you yet. Wait until he turns around and strike him from behind. Press the left soft key to perform a sneak attack. Oh. Alright, we gotta wait for the guard. Oh, my health is recovering. That's friendly. Oh, Bond move. That's so sick. I saw the Bond move thing was flashing when I was like bumping into an enemy on the previous stage, but I thought it was just a grappling hook thing, which it might have been. I guess I don't know. But that's so cool that there's like an actual like stealth takedown mechanic. My finger slipped. Oh, kind of flipped. That's just turning around. Oh, shit. Headbutts. Like a little floor slam. So sick. I was trying to do a stealth takedown, but it's the same button for the gun menu. So I just brought up my gun instead. Is this level gonna have like multiple screens? Oh, there he is. Oh shit! Fuck. That was a good death scream, though. Ah! With a little blood coming down. Like, this is... I love this game. This is, like, so elaborate. Okay, press OK. So we got to see, like, stats, I guess, but we didn't get to, like, level up or whatever. We have to actually complete the stage for that, I suppose. Got him. Oh, so satisfying. Okay, so eventually we're gonna like elevator our way to that room from above, presumably. All right. Doing this not inside the laser beam. Probably have time. Yeah, I would have had time to roll up to him there, but might as well try to play it a little safe. Yeah, that's fucking Bond's fatality input. Half circle back. Action button. Game is so cool. Imagine having like a... Yeah, I brought up the weapon menu. Like the takedown command thing showed up, but then I was still... That was a little confusing. Oh, you know, it went well anyway. Alright, don't jump into the laser this time. Okay, I pressed the button once and he just turned around, so let's... There we go. Jump. Like a full-on console game with sort of mechanics like this. Oh, shit! Well, let's fight him. Oh, I just grabbed... Like... There's fucking final fight grabs in this. I walked up to him and Bond just like held onto him and then the button just did headbutts. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's sick. Use elevators to quickly move up and down the level. Alright, the medkit just disappeared, I guess, or maybe we absorbed it. Nope. Okay, do I... Key card needed. Blue, I see. That's so cool. I was literally just about to say, man, we should be able to just drop down, like, stomping on this guy's head. And then you literally just do that. That's sick. Excellent. You found a key card. Open previously locked doors and elevators. Blue key card. Alright. Alright, so then we can go up. Oh shit, we gotta hack the elevator. Action hacking music. Luckily we didn't have to hack it again. It's interesting to look at this and sort of imagining a... You know, we've got a little bit of Prince of Persia in this. We've got a little bit of walk and shoot, like Rolling Thunder style, like action. And we've got like a little bit of adventure puzzling. We've got a little bit of stealth, like... A version of this that's just like a little bit more sophisticated in terms of controls and interactions and stuff, like, could be so cool. I mean, this is already pretty damn cool. Bond meters flashing, indicating you can perform a Bond move. Use your incredible accuracy to shoot down the chandelier. Hell yeah. Bond move. Got him. James, we need an agent, not a hitman. What do you think that torn playing card means? It means that I got what I needed. I'm on my way to Montenegro to find a courier. Okay, I like that she like narrates and explains what we found before we really found it. It's not exactly how the scene plays out in the movie, but close enough. You know, maybe not too much of a sick parkour chase, but, you you know, the game can be excused, I think. All right, that's still only 3 out of 15 levels in the opening scene. And I guess we're already going to Montenegro? So I guess the whole Miami airport thing is not even in the game at all? I mean, I'm sure, as you would expect in a game like this, they only have so much room for different tile sets, so we can't really be fully globetrotting with like 12 different locations. But I thought for sure they would make the airport location not just like the chase scene and everything. Like it just seems like it would translate very well to building levels out of. I mean, we had like, there were the 2 construction site levels, and then really the 1 embassy level. Are they not going to reuse those graphics? I'm curious. Okay, so armor doesn't seem like it's going to be that meaningful, at least so far, because our health recovers automatically, and the enemies aren't too threatening anyway. Brawling, I feel like, is if the levels so far are any indication, that's what we're going to be doing a lot of. So I feel like we should always put 1 point in brawling. Yeah, we'll see what the combo length does now, I suppose. And we'll kind of sporadically spread out the other points a little bit here and there. See if we make any, you know, notice any difference in look ahead. Mission 4, follow. Act 2, Bano. Dude, we got the fucking Turtles in Time boss intro. How fucking sick is that? Look at that, dude. That character from the movie? Is that the bald guy? No, that's gotta be... Well, I don't know. It's like supposed to be the guy from Miami or whatever. The ship's courier will lead you right to him. Follow him and find out what you can. James, don't let him catch you following him. Like, this is not from the movie at all. Follow the lead, avoid detection. Now we got full stealth. Oh, dude, how sick is this? Holy shit. I could have bond moved. Okay, yeah, the combo's shorter. Assuming he's down to the right somewhere. Shit, we got multiple dudes. I stealth kill multiple dudes. I can jump on him. Oh, there he is. Can I walk on this wall? Not. All right, we caught him. Tell me what I need to know. Oh no, Hotel Splendide. So, okay, I'm trying to piece together. This is insane. Like, we had this full environment with so much like to explore that we didn't even get to see because I thought I was supposed to like chase him down. Yeah, missing a bond move is a great shame. That was still a cool stage. Like a combined stealth, sneaking, and kind of chase. Making good use of like the vertical screen space too, to have like the multiple levels. That was pretty cool. This is like fake Jason Statham. So they, like the hotel, I remember the name of the hotel, and that's like in the film, but I don't remember when exactly. Well, we got a lot of points for the time, at least. Well, we'll see how the plot develops as far as the game goes. Wait, points available. I thought I had... Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it said I had like 4 points or something, but I guess I must have misread. I was confused. Oh well. Mission 5, Hotel Splendide. Oh, okay, so that is the hotel they're staying at the... Okay, yeah, because it's a whole thing in the movie when he goes to the Bahamas, because that's where he like intercepts the guy who he like finds as a result of capturing the parkour bomb guy. It's that guy who had hired him, I guess. And from there they go to Miami. But yeah, that whole section of the movie they just skip, I guess. But we also just have to find our own invitation to the casino instead of being like inserted there by MI6. So this is a little different too. Yeah, Hotel Splendide is the resort for all the major players at Casino Royale. Find an invitation to the casino where Le Chiffre is hosting a high-stakes game of poker. Your partner, Vesper Lind, will be meeting up with you. Yeah, so she's just like introduced here in passing. My partner. Find the invitation to the casino. All right. Dude, did we just have like the outdoors tile? Well, I guess we might be having more outdoor sequences later. I can do crouching punches. Little takedown there. Little reception. So there's probably graphics. Yeah, this is using a lot of the same graphics as the embassy, which makes sense. Oh, the grab and headbutt. That's so sick. I'm just pressing the 5 button to attack from the grab. I wonder if I can like press the back direction to like do a throw or something. Oh, okay. I tried to grab it and it didn't work. Okay, so there's the exit. The button. I guess the red lasers are not like flipping on and off, but the blue ones are. Fucked up. Try to bond move. Oh, bond move. Oh, dude. That's awesome. Little platforming and stuff. Game is sick. All right, we got a lot of ammo. Got him. Satisfying. We're already at full health. Aha. I like that it shows what it disables. That's a nice touch. I wonder if I can fire a gun from up here. Doesn't seem like it. Just sprinting up to him. I guess I could... Oh, yeah. I could have taken the elevator up here, but then there would be a red laser over here. White key card. Whoop! I didn't mean... Oh, shit. Wrong button. I guess that's to the exit, right? Because I've been everywhere, haven't I? Oh, we'll see. Oh, there's no marker here. Oh. Invitations found. 1 of 1. Okay. It's great to see you, James. I guess that's supposed to be Vesper? Feeling lucky tonight. Ready to go to the Casino Royale? Oh, okay. The levels are pretty short. I was expecting them to kind of grow more exponentially in size and complexity, just based on what Silverfin was like. But so far, levels have kept being very, very short, which isn't a complaint, but like the game is mechanically solid enough that they really could flesh out stages more, and it wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't be too weird, I don't think. It looks very pale. Oh, that's he's British. Makes sense, I guess. All right, mission 6. Listen in. Or espionage. Need to find out what Le Chiffre is up to. I provided you with listening devices to plant around Casino Royale. Plant 4 listening devices. Okay. Sense. Door animation. Oh, I got the roulette table. Little Casino Royale sign. Will I hit him if I drop here? Nope. Could probably have leapt across that gap, I'm just realizing. I was just too tempted to break that guy's neck. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I grabbed it. I was trying to pressing the back button to see if I could throw him. Oh, okay. So it's a limited elevator. One directional elevator. Run up this guy and break his neck. No, just preemptively. I have to press up and... Okay, so you press up to enter the elevator, and if there's like a multi-directional thing, you then can pick a direction. Gotcha. That's so cool. I love these little animations. Staircase walk animation. Plant a device. Oh, the graphic there is a lot of place. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is like way easier. Oh, that's so cool. Like kicking me back. Sweet. I guess this is how they make the bomb defusal and listening device planting different. By making it exactly the same but easier. Oh, there's even a little graphic there. It disappeared, but we can see it there. It looks more like a little bomb, I guess. But oh, it's there. Okay. Just disappeared when I turned around for some. Guns? Oh, I got like a critical hit there. Using guns seems like a bit shit. Oh, this big stage. Like, there's a surprising amount of these like unique graphics, little set piece elements. Oh shit. Man, it'd be so sick if I could grab him and do like a final fight throw and like throw him over the edge. Oh, I mean, the combat's still plenty sick as it is. Yeah, like Silverfin was also like pretty interesting because it had like some pretty tricky puzzling. Oh, okay, it's just holes. Oh yeah, maybe I... But this, it's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Get out of here. Like, so even if the, even if there's gonna be... Oh, found great key card. A higher degree of challenge with like bosses and whatever else. It seems like stages are gonna be short and it's gonna stay pretty simple. Like it's very enjoyable and cool, and I like it a lot. Wrong button. But I don't know if it's gonna like escalate in an exciting way. Cover me. In terms of like stages getting more elaborate and more interesting and more challenging. But just the vibes are so cool and little animations and everything. There's still plenty to enjoy. But yeah, like there's an option for difficulty, but I'm not sure if increasing the difficulty is going to make it any more interesting, you know. Still way cooler than I expected. The other mobile games that follow after this eventually, there's a few more. They have a lot to live up to. Although there's the Quantum of Solace game, but I think that's the only like other action game. There's like a trivia game, there's a card game, there's a driving game, and Quantum of Solace. I think those are like the mobile games that are left. So we should enjoy this while we can. Good job, James. We're already getting good intel. That's good to hear. All right, we did it. 2,120. We got some good points here for a total score of 7,500. Okay, level 6, 2 more points. Well, let's keep putting them in brawling. We're getting good use out of that. Good use out of that for sure. I mean, my shooting is shit. I guess if my shooting wasn't shit, it would be less shit. So yeah, let's put more points in there. Why not? We just alternate putting brawling and then alternating the other points in shooting and stealth. Maybe armor, like I said, seems pretty useless. Maybe it's more crucial on higher difficulties. Mission 7, deal. Oh, we're playing poker. Maybe not yet. The chef and his security team are at the Hotel Splendide. Sneak in and find out what you can about their operation. Find 4 documents and be careful. The guards are on high alert and will try to sound the alarm if they detect your presence. Okay, so we got actual alarm mechanics. So are the guards, like hotel security, separate from these guys? Because those are like just his goons, right? All right, final document. A little adjusting his tie animation. Good work, Bond. Our intelligence suggests there are 3 more documents to find in there. Walk over a document to pick it up. All right, I will. Fucking Bond move this thing. Shoot it down the rest of the entire hallway. Oh, okay. Careful, 007. The guard is going to activate an alarm in 10 seconds if you do not kill him first. Okay, so maybe it's just like, as soon as they become aware of you, there's this hard like countdown timer, and if you kill him, you kill him, and if you don't, you lose the level, I would assume. Okay, but I think they all died. They just noticed their impending doom, and technically that counted as like being discovered. Found a document. I wonder if that would have hit the guard. I mean, it did hit the guard, right? Like, it was just, there was a split second in between me kicking the basket and him, and it colliding with him, during which he discovered me, potentially because I kicked it. But maybe he just like coincidentally turned around at that moment. I don't know. Either way, the stealth doesn't seem like it's going to be particularly punishing, so we disabled something I didn't notice, but sure, it'll be fine. There's a red laser beam. Like, levels are pretty, whoops, simple so far. Ah, okay, so there's a key card. Whatever. It's funny that we have to collect the key card, but we still have to pick the locks. This? A high-precision sniper rifle. Aim for your enemy's heads for maximum effectiveness. Oh, dude, you aimed the rifle? Holy shit. This is sick. Oh yeah, you press 5 to draw the gun, and then you can aim. Oh, this is... Oh, the guns are going to be more useful now, that's for sure. We gotta go somewhere and disable... Oh, wow, okay, we've been getting a hint for this. Oh, shit. You can use a sniper rifle to turn off laser switches. Keep in mind, some rooms have hidden weapons. Oh, you see the laser, like, colliding with it? Oh, shit. I wasn't sure, like, I was confused about whether I would be in gun aiming mode or not. There's, like, a pretty low rate of fire. That went pretty alright anyway. Look, M knows why she sent me here, okay? Let's not pretend otherwise. I mean, in the film, she regrettably, like, begrudgingly has to do it because Bond's the best poker player in the agency. But here, I'm the best hitman, I guess. So we're just gonna kill our way to that poker table. Snipe this guy. Oh shit! I slipped. I didn't mean to shoot. Pretty good. I love that you can just fucking sprint up to a guy and break his neck. Like, the running animation is so good too. He's like really fucking, that's a good run. You don't have to worry about fucking footsteps or anything. Oh shit. Why do I have my fucking pistol equipped? I thought there was supposed to be a timer on screen. Oh, whatever. We solved the problem. Looks like it looks like there's someone else involved besides the chief. We'll analyze the documents and let you know. Okay, nice. Time left 2 minutes. Good points there. Dude, we still haven't found a boss. We got that little Turtles in Time preview that made it look like we were gonna fight a dude fucking with chains and shit, but no, we just have to run and catch up with the guy with a briefcase. So we still have the promise of a boss fight. Surprised we didn't really get a boss fight with the bomb dude at the beginning, even though it was sick to like kill him with the Bond moves or the, you know, shooting the chandelier. Still waiting for the promised boss fight. All right, no more points, so that's it. Mission 8, Obano. Okay, we saw that name before, right? Oh yeah, that's the guy we caught who said something about Obano. Documents you uncovered show the Shift's next operation is being financed by a man named Obano. Obano's head of security is hiding at the local construction site. I think you know what to do. Eliminate Obano's head of security. Alright, we gotta get some good mileage out of those construction site graphics. Fine by me. That's a wall, right? Yeah. Nope. I wanted to snipe him. Little sniper rifle graphic. Did he just like fumble with a gun? This is like a unique animation for drawing the different guns. I mean, I guess maybe the sprite is probably just a little bit misaligned, but it kind of looks like he's pulling out his sniper gun and it's like, whoa, just like lets go of it and then he just catches it. Or I guess he just like flips it up in the air deliberately for a little stylistic flourish for grabbing it. I guess we'll go with that. Your ammo carry over between levels? Yeah, it seems that way. Oh. Dude. The different stance. That's pretty good. Okay, so you do stay in gun mode after shooting. There's just a very long delay. Oh, you stay at the same aiming angle too. I can't shoot his head because the switch is in the way. Oh, I guess he's already seen me. So good. It's like very satisfying to move around in this game. All right, so then we fly down here. We're just kind of getting in the way a little bit. All right, just headbutt him a couple of times. This game is way sicker than I thought. I mean, like I said, I'd already played the first level to make sure, like just during testing. But I'm glad to see that it's delivering a lot of cool shit beyond just the basics. Oh shit, okay. I thought I could / was supposed to sprint through here. Not quite. Kick. So I can jump off here, but there are multiple levels, but there's a red laser. Okay. Whoa. Little mantling. Bond move. I was gonna say, probably nothing to wait for. You just take it and it'll hit whoever's gonna be there. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, that's gonna turn off the laser. Oh! Dude, boss fight. Music and everything. He's doing pretty good damage. but I've got a sniper rifle. Dude, that was sweet. So that's the guy who we saw in the little preview. Oh man, I wonder if I could have done a sick combo move on him. Maybe we'll try fisticuffs next time we have a boss fight. Bond, are you okay? Just broke a link and the ship was chained. Bond, that doesn't answer my question. Alright, okay, cool. Well, that works. Boss, 100 points. It's worth 5 normal enemies. Okay, so the combos give 20 points each, just like the Bond moves. It's not a massive amount of points, but it does add up. Yeah, let's go with that. Mission 9, cleanup. Okay, so we're about 2/3 of the way through here. Well, not quite. A bit over half. I can't count. Albano has a few more men that need to be taken care of. We need you to go in and finish the job. Disarm the security system, eliminate Albano's men. Oh, okay, we're inside the construction site. Oh, okay. A few headbutts. So I can enter here, but it doesn't hide me from enemies. There's clearly like nothing here. Fucked it up again. Oh, okay, my combos are even simpler now. Gonna be like pretty tricky to try to play this like for optimum. A little body slam. You know, max scoring to try to get like the Bond moves for all the enemies and stuff, and like getting through the stages quickly. There's a green light there, or a green thing. That's a switch. Pretty cool. Sometimes you don't even get to, like, you don't have to do the button inputs. You just walk up and break his neck. Satisfying. Can I can't climb up from this thing, can I? Drop down here where it's safe. Can I climb down here? Oh, yeah, that works. I don't recall seeing what that switch... Oh, Bond move! Slightly lackluster that the huge explosion does not have a sound effect, but it's still cool. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if I thought I answered the question about the ammo, but yeah, it does carry over, and it's the same ammo for every weapon as far as I can tell. The line become red when I have them targeted? Looks like it. Pretty cool level design with like sort of layered background and foreground elements. The stealth stuff's like pretty fun. Oh yeah, I disabled this. Like, oh nope, never mind. Pretty cool. Oh, that's the one I disabled. Bond move. Got him. This like takes us back. Oh, I thought I could slide down on top of his head, but not quite. Execution, alright. I guess I could have shot this to speed things up, but fine. Oh, okay, yeah, so this just like takes us back. That's nice, a little shortcut. I love his sprint. Ah! Fuck! I misaligned myself just ever so slightly. I was probably right at the end of the level, too. That's fine. The game is fun. I don't mind playing more of it. We're at an hour right now. We haven't really been racing through it per se. Oh shit, the laser just killed me, huh? Huh. Maybe it's if you, like... Because I was hanging. Get some kind of falling death thing going on. Yeah, see? Because normally they don't kill you. Maybe it's the difference. Well, it makes sense either. I was going to say maybe it's the difference between like bumping into the laser and having it hit you like in the center of your body, sort of. Oops, I didn't mean to jump. But I've been standing on the ground on directly underneath the laser that activated and it didn't kill me. So who knows? I tried to pull out my gun and I failed, but fine. Snap this guy's neck, hit the switch, and now we can go do the laser stuff. So make sure your sprite is overlapping the vertical pole before trying to descend. Oops. Yes, you do. I was going to say something that, like, you don't necessarily see the weapon you have equipped, but... Yes, you do. No, it doesn't show on screen until you've already pulled it out. Whoa. Vertical alignment there is a little bit off. Oh shit, I missed. Well. Okay. You automatically grab the ledge if you walk off a platform. That's very good. Yeah, health, like, continues to not really be much of a concern. Okay. I did manage to jump on him. That's good. Okay, we're back to where before. Overlapping the sprite, now we can safely descend. We're at the beginning, but now I can go to the right. Yeah, okay. Won't suspect a thing. Okay. Bond, meet me at the casino. It's time to play. Women and games. I'll be right there. James Bond's famous catchphrase. Okay. Oh, gotta hydrate. Zero points available? Guess we're pretty tough to level up at this point. That's okay. Mission 10, Poker. Oh, Act 3, Vesper. Oh, we're gonna see a little Vesper sprite. Oh, a little finger motion. That looks so good. Looks like fucking Morgan. Darkstalkers. Oh shit, your winning streak seems to have been cut short. That just happened off screen, did it? You've been eliminated from the poker game. Maybe there's some way that you can secure funds to buy back in. This is something that happens in the film, but yeah, they're kind of they're skipping over some beats here. Tsukaka looked up the official spreadsheet. I watch the oldest games, I think. Yeah, you should have some, like, I don't think I've been very diligent in updating the VODs and stuff for some of the later things. There may be things I've highlighted everything, I think, up through yeah, Silverfin, which was the most recent game before this, I think. I might not have gotten, like, if I didn't highlight them yet, they're at least the VODs are still around. They should be But I might not have linked everything in the spreadsheet because I'm a little bit lazy with that. And I'm almost certain there are more recent stuff that isn't. Like, I think From Russia with Love might be the most recent thing that's on YouTube, if even that's on there. But yeah, the list of games is about as comprehensive as I could make it. The games that aren't on the list, there's been a handful of bonus games, some of which are like not quite video games or unlicensed, like unofficial stuff. But otherwise, the only games that we are omitting are things that we cannot play for one reason or another. There have been a couple of smartphone games, for instance, that are just no longer available, so they're no longer playable. There is, in fact, a browser game, or was, I should say, for Casino Royale that is no longer in service, so we cannot play it. And there was like a James Bond themed, like, agent management gotcha game of some kind. That may be the technically most recent game, but that's also no longer in operation. So there are no games that we could be playing that I have specifically omitted. I'm quite specifically attempting to be as comprehensive as I can be. But as far as like console games, no, there hasn't been anything since 007 Legends. And at this point, we haven't heard news in a long time for IOI's Bond game, which I'm extremely excited for. But I just dearly hope that it won't come out like with a surprise release this year. Because if that game comes out and we haven't had time to finish all the games leading up to it, I will be very distraught. Because I want to play that as soon as we can. But I also don't want to skip ahead. I don't want to play it without having played every other Bond game. So we got a little bit of a time limit. But having said that, we don't have that much left. Well, I mean, there's still like 14 games, 15 games. But many of them are going to be quite simple games like this, or even simpler. And the console games that we do have left, I think, are going to be pretty smooth progress, or so I hope. So at least whenever we get the proper reveal of IO's Bond game, hopefully we at least have a couple of months between the reveal and the release, so that we get to play the other games. Well, I mean, it's not super shocking that we haven't had a lot of Bond games after that for multiple reasons. One is like the Bond property itself has had like a lot of awkward struggles in terms of rights issues and ownership and weird stuff like that. Obviously, COVID was like a special case. So No Time to Die had like an especially, not a troubled production per se, but the movie was delayed by like 2 years because of COVID. But even before then, like Spectre was also like a bit of a, like, the movies have in themselves like had struggles. But Eon has also like famously been quite difficult to work with. And on top of that, like, movie games isn't a thing on consoles. Like 2012 is about where that stopped being a thing. You know, and if you get movie tie-in games for stuff, it's almost exclusively, you know, phone stuff. Of course, you know, most of the last couple of console games weren't direct movie tie-ins, but even so, like, you know, big budget games have been more expensive and like difficult to make, and that sort of exacerbates all the already pre-existing issues with getting Bond games off the ground. So I think there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of explanations for it. It's not that shocking, I feel like. I mean, you had like, you know, just to to borrow a thematically linked property with Batman, right? Thematically linked in the sense that I did a Batman project similar to this James Bond one before. Batman, obviously quite an evergreen property. And And you had the Arkham games, you had the Telltale games, you had the Lego games. Like, all of that was mostly concurrent. And then after Arkham Knight, I guess Arkham VR was in 2016. You have like nothing for 8 years, 9 years. And then Gotham Knights comes out, and that's not really a Batman game. Batman's not in it, basically. And of course, Rocksteady was doing Suicide Squad. And they didn't, you know, there were other like DC Lego games and stuff, but there weren't even really Batman Lego games or anything like that in the interim either. So like, Batman kind of didn't have games, haven't had games, because it's not like we started getting ones again. Batman hasn't had a game for like a decade. And that seems odd, considering, again, not just the general kind of evergreen nature of the character and the property, but we've had like multiple different incarnations of Batman in films and TV in the same period. And it was coming off like kind of a hot streak that was, you know, at least a good 5+ years before that. So, you know, things like that happens, especially with licensed properties. Anyway, back to the game. Escape from the Casino Royale. Fisticuff our way out of this. Boom, got him. Oh, look at this pile of dudes down there. Drop. Oh, okay, that kind of worked. I just fucking brute force it. All right, we got a green key card out of that. I guess we can operate. We can't really see. Got him. The key card requirements on doors and elevators not really clear. I didn't mean to do that. Unless we get too messed up with something, let's equip the Uzi. There's a switch there. Back all there. The health kit seems very superfluous, considering we, like, even when we're trying to, like, sprint through the level, we basically get... We basically get our health back before the next enemy encounter anyway. Felix from the CIA wired money so you can buy back into the poker game. Just getting out of here. Looks like the Chief's men do not want you in the game. Felix always come through. Send him my thanks. I'll see you later. So, yeah, in the film, this is where he meets Felix Leiter for the first time. But in the movie, or in the game here, it's like, ah, good old Felix. That was the end of the level. Okay. Mission score 1280. Surely we've leveled up from this. I have to like go searching enemies to collect extra points. No points available. I would up. I guess XP and points just yeah, okay. I guess in my mind I was expecting the points to transfer to XP, but that's clearly not how it works, because we got like 1200 points. We didn't get 1200 XP. I'm not sure what the exchange ratio is there. I'm gonna guess that this game won't have poker mechanics, sadly, given that we're kind of halfway through the climactic poker game as far as the plot goes. And it didn't happen on screen. Unfortunate. Still a cool game for what they did put in the game. We obviously have the you know, the narrative of the poker game, so the gambling is still part of the game, but not, you know, part of the gameplay. You need to get back into the big game, but are being pursued and low on ammo. Will I be low on ammo, or is that just the narrative? Get to your car and stock up quickly as Le Chiffre's men are after you. Oh yeah, so in the movie there's also the part where he gets poisoned and he has to crawl to his car and resurrect himself. I guess that's what this is sort of riffing on. Oh, yeah, here's the outdoor location again. Very cool. Okay. Something are crawling with Lashif's men. You may want to find a different route to try and get to your car. Use poles and ledges to your advantage. That's so cool that the outdoor levels have more of this kind of, you know, scattered sort of platforms for us to climb around on and navigate a little different. I like the fact, like, this is a good trick that the game pulls. Having these limited amounts of tile sets, there's basically been the construction site, the interior, and the exterior. Those are the 3 tile sets, right? But instead of doing like 5 levels of each, they're kind of mixing and matching and explaining narratively why we have this different location. So we get like far more transitions from one type of location to another, which really makes it feel significantly less repetitive. I think that's pretty clever. Yeah, we're low on ammo. We only have 164 sniper rounds. Well, let's play along. Oh, I thought I could enter that. I could not, so I just jumped. Car sprites. Oh, shootout. Can I climb this? Nope. Nope. Is that my car? Can't drop down. Oh, tricks are pretty good. Climb up. Oh, I can climb up here. Pretty high. I don't think I can climb. If I try to jump. Oh, well, that works. Oh, this. So there's no like vertical leap. You just, if you tap 8, you just jump forward like that. I'm gonna assume that we're just gonna go all the way to the right and there's gonna be a car there and the level ends. Oh shit! Boss dude is back. Oh, got the headshot. Yeah, okay. That was cool though. James, can you meet me at the hotel? Sure, darling. I'm just finishing up here. I'll be there soon. Our little fruit stands, by the way. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm surprised at like how many little unique graphical flourishes there are. Graphics don't feel very repetitive at all, actually. Yeah, so we see score here, but we don't get to see how much XP we get from that. All right, we did level up now though. Level 8 with 3 points to distribute. I guess we'll just put 1 in each of the categories that we like care about. Yeah, I mean it's nice that we have sound effects in general, like at all. But it's a little peculiar which things make noise and which don't. Like the explosions are silent. Mission 12, defeat. Oh, are we gonna get to see Bond in peril? Did we get kidnapped? Yeah, we're kind of like, it's funny. I mean, that's how these kind of games tend to go, right? And when I say these kinds, I don't mean mobile games specifically, but like adaptations where they have limited resources. They're going to take a little sliver of the film and stretch it out, or like go very in depth and like add multiple steps to this sequence. But then they're going to just jump ahead, skip not just big swaths of screen time, but like very significant moments, plot points, and even action set pieces to just fast forward to a totally different thing because they didn't have the resources to like depict all that stuff that happens in between. Like, it makes for a very odd kind of pace. Vesper seems to have gone missing. She was last seen at the hotel. Find her, comma, Bond, I think is what that's supposed to say, not find her Bond. If Lashifwa knows her identity, she's in grave danger. Find Vesper. Oh, we're going to get to see the Vesper sprite finally revealed. Yeah, because we're in Act 3, Vesper. Nothing here. Yeah, so you're like stuck in the gun delay. He's like looking down at me. Like, even if you don't want to keep shooting, you have to wait for the delay before you can holster the gun. So I'm assuming these So now I get to vertical leap. Okay. I'm assuming these little red alarm lights indicate that this is like an alarm rules level, where if I get discovered, I have a time limit to kill enemies. Shit. Oh, I hit the switch. I was like, what just happened? Okay, the other guy didn't notice the shootout that happened 5 meters from him. That's good. Or a trusty pistol. Oh, I just noticed there. Yeah, okay, so there's a little blue bar that shows up above the health bar. I didn't notice it before. But yeah, okay, so that's what the tutorial was talking about when it said that there would be an indication of how much time you have. Oh, he dropped the MP. No, okay, well, never mind. I thought that was going to be an MP5 SD6 or whatever from the film, but no, I guess it's an AK-47. You found an assault rifle. It's not very subtle, but it can be useful to get out of sticky situations. All right. Well, let's look at the assault rifle drawing animation. Oh, pretty good. Shit. Not doing well on the stealth kills on this level, but that's fine. Little Goomba stomp, very satisfying. Little vent gaps in the floor are a bit odd, but I can go back here if I wanted to, but I guess it's where I actually want to go, right? There we go. I got the controls a little messed up there, but we got it. Okay, I guess this is the level complete. Missing something? I'm assuming that's I'm assuming that's Le Chiffre. What have you done with Vesper? That's just the end of the dialogue, I suppose. Okay. The points, fair enough. Mission 13, escape. Starting to think we might not even get to go to Venice, but that's okay. It's a trap. The whole building has been alerted to your presence. Get out of there using any means necessary. Survive the ambush. Oh shit. Full action Contra level. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess it's not quite Contra, but you know what I mean. No room for stealth and subterfuge. Is it the same map? It is the same map. Okay. The laser's been reactivated. Whoops, wrong button. Oh, that's right. There's stuff indoors. Oh. Well, I guess there's not no time for stealth. We can do a few neck snaps. I mean, if the guys insist on walking away and leaving their back turned, I mean, who am I to argue? Sprint down the hallway. The sprinting is like weirdly satisfying. Like he's pretty limber and movable. Oop, not what I meant to do. I just wanted to crouch. Oh, shit. Oh, he like struggled. Okay, I guess that's not the exit. Dump him. Oh, I was gonna say I don't need the ammo, but I get points for him. I guess this is where we leave. James, Vesper's been kidnapped. You've got to find her before it's too late. The ship won't get away with this. I'll see to that personally. Alright, okay. We're in the end game here. Getting exciting. Yeah, so we're at the end of the game basically, but obviously there's still a lot of room to fill out these gauges. So I guess you're kind of encouraged to like replay level to level up your stats. It's kind of an interesting. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter for the game, but I suppose on some level it creates a little bit of kind of replay value. Mission 14, Pratt. Assuming that's the name of, I don't know, some henchman or something. Yeah. The man who kidnapped Vesper is Le Chiffre's personal bodyguard, Krat. You must take him down to save Vesper. Eliminate Krat. So he's like the final boss, huh? I'm assuming that's like the supposed to be the bald guy. Little henchman sidekick dude. Can I leap all the way over there? Oh, whoops! I left too far. And I forgot how to stealth kill. Works out. I like Bond's little Muay Thai stance. Yeah, we're getting ×2 score for normal difficulty. What the heck? Are we in a teleport maze? No, I can shoot the... Okay. Guy just despawned. Yeah, so we're getting points, or ×2 for normal difficulty. So presumably there's easy, normal, hard with 1, 2, 3 times difficulty, respectively. That would be my expectation. Controls a little finicky there. Maybe that guy didn't despawn. Maybe he just became invisible. Just do this. We did do a brawler build after all. Yeah, I'll just tank a gunshot. Fucking headbutt this guy 4 times. Through the sniper. Do this if we need. Oh, unique sprite up there. Is that Krat? Fucked up the controls, but we did it anyway. Combo move. Wait, going. Oh, that's a chain. I can climb the chain, I guess. I don't want to try to walk on those things. Man, imagine doing a final fight throw, tossing him into the spikes or whatever those things are. Oh. The game's got plenty of sick action combat shit, so we don't have to imagine all the cool shit we could be doing in this game. But we can, and it's still fun. Oh. Boss fight. Donkey Kong chains. Oh shit. Fuck it, let's... Oh yeah, we didn't fisticuff the other boss dudes. Oh, he's pushing me away. Oh, he countered my finishing move. My friend Krat has been dying to meet you. Where's Vesper? Take me to her. Is this the end of the level? Oh, more dialogue. I wonder if I accidentally skipped dialogue before, but that's fine. I won't take you to her yet. I have to play another game for that, Mr. Bond. Count me in, Le Chiffre. I'm looking forward to finishing this. Game over? Do I have to play hard mode? Did I fuck something up? Do I have to max out my stats? Alright, I'm intrigued. I don't think we finished the game, guys. Okay, so let's go back. I might have fucked up something in that level. I don't think I did, but... let's change difficulty to hard. Yeah, it's just 3 levels. So maybe we have to grind for points. I could see that being a thing. And this, again, the difficulty I don't think will matter that much, but this will at least give us more score. You know what? I'm going to pause the timer because we've been going for a hot minute and I kind of want to go to the bathroom and stretch. And like, we could be right on the cusp of finishing this, but we might not be. So I don't want to keep playing with the expectation that like, oh, we're gonna hit a natural point for a break any moment now, and then you go for another hour. So I'm gonna take a break right now, and I'll be back before too long to see if we can figure this out. This is exciting. A twist, much like the film. You think the movie's ending, and then whoops, here's a whole final act. That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. Let's just hope it doesn't mean we have to grind for another 4 hours to get to the ending. But we'll try to get to the bottom of it. In any case, I'll take a short break, and I'll see you guys shortly. All right, I've returned. Now, before I forget, you have a timer up here that's paused. So we're going to resume the timer, and we're going to redo mission 14 and see if we can figure out an alternate outcome. Or if not, we should at least get a few more points. Though, well, I guess we'll find out. I was going to say, just the fact that it shows the high score for each level kind of gave me the thought that maybe we have to increase our high score. Like maybe our XP is based on our cumulative high scores as opposed to being able to grind the same level over and over. But I doubt that would be how it works. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Regardless, we should be getting a chunky additional score for any level replaying it on hard. But just in case we can get whatever real ending merely based on the final level, let's start there. And if not, we'll just, I don't know, play random levels that are quick to finish to see if we can grind some points. So yeah, timer. Yeah, okay, so eliminate crowd is like the only thing. Right? Yeah, this guy that's just like mysteriously disappears. Confusing. Okay. I dropped down and I guess that made me bump into the laser. Awkward, so let's do this. Do any gunfighting? You know what? Fuck it. I'm almost dead. By the way, I'm waving my fists around here. That was a bad idea. Well, we're probably gonna get health back. I guess we're playing on hard, so yeah, I forgot. I should have just snapped his neck, but that's okay. I'm remembering how to play. So I can just hold a button down to shoot the assault rifle. Wasn't sure if that's how it. I can step inside here, but there won't be any items revealed. There's one laser disabled there. There's another switch up here. What's on my left here? Is there anything here? Really? It didn't seem to me like I had missed some kind of opportunity for exploration. And it still doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. I pressed to the left and he just grabbed the chain. Holding the gun button down. Battle of attrition here. Oh, he's got the big knife. Okay, got him. Friendcraft's been dying to meet you. Where's Vesper? Take me to her. I won't take you to her yet. We'll have to play another game for that. I'm looking forward to finishing this. Alright, so mission score 2807. We did level up. I think someone mentioned that I was like 1 XP away from leveling up last time. In which case, we did get like 200 plus XP for that one level, if that was the case. So I'm assuming, I don't know if this is something I could reasonably find information on. I do have a website with some info on the game. It was like some James Bond website that had a pretty thorough listing of like a lot of different media and stuff, and it had like a little page for this, and a bunch of other mobile games and other stuff. I mean, plus the actual like more well-known console games and what have you. But I didn't look at it too closely because I didn't want to like spoil everything. But I might want to take a look and see if that page happens to explain anything about what we're currently dealing with here. I'm going to pause right now just because if there's like some simple solution here that I'm just like missing because of its obtuseness, I would like to know, just so we're not like wasting a bunch of time. So bear with me for a moment. I don't have it like on stream or anything. In fact, where did I even have it? You know what? I'm going to do this. Here. Find my game folder. Royale. Okay, I won't be showing this on stream. I'm just looking at it on my end real quick. So the page describes the game and it's like clearly the person played it because they're explaining how stuff works and everything. It says, if you complete a level without dying, you can also upgrade your skills to be better at shooting, brawling, defense, and stealth. Although I focused on brawling and defense. So, like, okay, yeah, we level up. And then it just says, this is a short but sweet platform game. While it's easy, it's also a lot of fun. Definitely one of the better Java mobile games that I've played. So it doesn't mention anything. Yeah, it has like a bunch of screenshots going through the game. And the final screenshot is the fight against Krat. So, like, is it possible that this is supposed to be the end of the game? And like to be continued in Quantum of Solace or some shit? I mean, that doesn't make any sense considering this came out alongside this movie. I'm just like, should I be taking Le Chiffre as like 100% at face value and the end of this game is not in this game? I don't know what to make of it, dude. But I could also see, you know, my other guess, like my two guesses basically as to what was going on here is either there was something you have to do in that final level, or you have to beat the game on hard, or you have to like grind for levels. And as far as I can tell, there was nothing we missed in that stage. I don't see how that could be the case. Now that we've played through it twice, and we didn't really seemingly miss much during the playthrough in general, and I was trying to pay attention to see if there was potentially something we could do or something that we missed on the second time around, and that wasn't the case. And because of the way the progression works, it doesn't seem likely to me that we're supposed to like play through everything on hard, because it's not like we finished the game and we now have to start a hard level playthrough. But it could be that it, you know, it's checking whether I have completed a game. Like if my best record for any level is on hard difficulty, that would potentially be saved to the record, and we just need to have that for every level. But because we still can level up, like I could see, you know, it's funny, earlier I was talking about how Batman Arkham Knight became such a grind because there's an arbitrary requirement that you finish all the side shit to get to the ending. And I was like, oh man, I'm glad we don't get that in these Bond games, because, you know, the last Bond game we're going to be playing is from 2012, so we didn't get into that era of full-on AAA bloat. But what if this game is literally that exact mechanic, where we have to arbitrarily grind to meet some kind of requirement that will allow us to enter the end game? That is like kind of what it seems like. And if that's the case, like, I don't know how much, like, are we supposed to level up until we max out all the stats? In which case, that's like quite a decent amount of leveling. But hey, if that's the case, then fuck, we got no time to lose. So So what we can do, I guess, is at this point... Actually, let me go back. And let's turn off hints so we don't get interrupted. I don't know if we would get interrupted replaying levels, but just in case, this should allow us to run through a little more smoothly. Oh yeah, this is 14. This is level 14. I'm pretty sure somewhere, yeah, because this review says there are 14 levels. Did I have it in my game info page here? Yeah, so this info, which I got from like Moby Games or something, says there's 15 missions. So I think there's a final stage that we don't have access to. So I'm pretty sure that the guy who put this website together and wrote this little review, he didn't finish the game either. But I guess he thought he finished the game. We didn't see the in-game sprite of Vesper, so there's obviously something we haven't seen yet. We got our ammo and everything. Can't like just... Yeah, I can't jump up here. Nope. Just try to get through this as quick as we can. Yeah, this is all scripted. I don't get to stealth kill this guy. How many points is this? So 1240 for this. That got me like 30 XP or something. I don't know if I got such a small amount of XP because of which level it is, or because the score increase was so like incremental, or what. But I think, oh yeah, I just missed a bond move. It's bad because we're getting less score. But at this point, I'm not even sure if XP and score are related. Oh, so now we are getting the little visual hint indicator for the bomb defusal, which wasn't the case the first time around for whatever reason. Anyway, I think we're just gonna speedrun. Like, I feel like it's gonna take me more time to like think about how to approach stuff as opposed to just speeding through things. So we can speed through stuff, and if in the process, like whichever happens first, either we finish every level on hard, or we, I don't know, like max out our XP gauge, or like max level. I'm going to assume that one of those things will allow us to get to the final stage. So I increased my, I guess we have a total score. I don't know if that's, again, the way the XP works is mysterious. So I think my previous high score was like 1400 or something. Yeah, I leveled up from like 280 to 3. Okay, so that's a little bit more still. I'm a little worried. But I don't know, like, it's very possible that the that there is a max level, so you still have to do like a build, so to speak. You have to, you know, dedicate your points in a particular way, in which case, like, maybe the amount of space left to fill in the gauge isn't indicative of how many levels we still have to level up. But that might just be copium. Assuming this is like a thing even. Who knows? Roll. There we go. Again, let's. I wanted to grab the door to see if there was an item there, and I almost jumped into the elevator shaft. You can shoot the chandelier, but I wonder, technically speaking, if that's not mandatory. I'm gonna drop down on this guy. That's right. You get the key card and then you have to hack the elevators. So weird that like the first time we did like the bomb defusal, we didn't get like the minigame just looked a little different. But now that we're doing that part, it's still well, whatever. Okay, still on. I'm like clinging to some sort of hope that level 10 is going to be max level. But we'll see. Jump on top of this guy or into his embrace. Wait, I saw the blue. Oh, that was a post. Okay, 420 left. 16. So this is a pretty low score because I guess we didn't like fight any dudes. Yeah, because time does give a yeah. See, our XP barely increased. But if we have to complete levels on hard, then at least we got closer on that account. Keep going. It's still satisfying. 255. I wonder if that's max ammo. On move. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm at max ammo. Luckily, you kind of magnetize to these rails, so no great risk of fucking up the jumps and killing yourself, thankfully. Key card. Could I just have shot that thing through the lasers? Like speed run? I guess it doesn't matter, because we're getting more points for killing all the other enemies than we would have for getting through it faster. And we got a more complete hard mode playthrough of this level anyway. Okay, we still have levels to to go, but maybe on hard mode, armor actually kind of does matter. Brawling's maxed out at least. Listening devices. Get over here to see if he turns around. Where am I? I was just mashing. But now combos are just one button. And the button to execute the combo was the action button. Yeah, maybe it always will be, and I just have to mash and I'll just do that. That's pretty sweet if that's the case. Fortunately, I can't level up my puzzling skills. Make this faster, but that's fine. Do the headbutt combo. Let's do this again. Okay, let's go down here. Got him. Couple of headbutts. Plant a listening device. Just like, nah, we're not gonna give you music this time. Did one missed input there, but that's okay. I barely touched the floor there. Nice. Oh yeah, I started killing this dude, but the same button press also activated the minigame. I'll get out of there. Get a few extra bonus points. Oh, actually, I guess I needed the key card also. Never mind. Sprint. This jumping doesn't really make you go faster. Nice, another kill or stealth kill. Oh, that was a bit of an early jump there, but we made it. All right, getting good intel. 4,000 points, pretty good. Oh. Leveling up is going to be pretty slow, but let's hope we get to where we need if we complete every level on hard mode. Yeah, so even the stealth here isn't really like particularly big deal. Spawn move. Got him. It might be a pretty fun speed run, honestly. The character is pretty fun to control, and you have this like interesting running mechanic. Okay. I was trying to fight the guy, but sure, let's do this first. Oh yeah, that's where I got the sniper rifle. Oh, I can go up still. Oh, didn't I come through this elevator? Maybe not. Who knows? No, I'm pretty sure I did. Key card. The wrong button. There we go. Wait, there's still something down below where we didn't go yet. Maybe I get a key card from dudes or something. Luckily, you get like a new timer for every person. Yeah, I needed these papers anyway. Didn't need to come up here sooner or later. Oh, that's right, because I didn't get the tutorial. We didn't learn that I can shoot the switch. I guess only the sniper rifle can shoot switches, probably. Maybe there are switches I can, because like the final stage has a bunch of red lasers that never seem to turn off. But what if there are opportunities to shoot switches to get rid of them or something? Like maybe the final level is secretly a puzzle level. I feel like we'll get through things here quickly enough. to not necessarily have to worry about that. But I didn't really think to look. But then again, the switches are so conspicuous usually because they have the big green highlight, right? So, well, I guess it doesn't matter because you can't really run off. Like if you run off a ledge like that, well, you can run off a ledge, but you can't fall down. He'll always grab it. But yeah, if there were switches that you can shoot on the final level, I feel like I would have noticed. Bond move. That's probably not a thing. I'd feel a little bit silly if that's the answer though, but the game's still fun to play, so I'm not really not having too bad a time beating through this shit. Oh, that's sick. I get to do like combo moves on this guy that didn't really work on the other boss. Yeah, like too tough. Rogalingan is Jane. 3,000. Not a huge score, honestly. 100 something XP though. Yeah. Trying to look if there's like a switch behind there. That wouldn't be the case. Trying to jump. This is the one level where we had deaths. Because of that specific laser beam slash hole situation. Oh, I did land on him. Nice. I think I'm supposed to go left here first. Yeah. Switch. And then we can go right. And then we go all the way around here, and that's when we can go down here finally. I don't know how... I know you can die from falling in great distances, but I'm not sure what kind of distances we're talking here, so play it a little bit safe. Next snap just like will never not be satisfying. Especially when you don't have to do the little mini game, it's like at the instant next snap. You can probably do all three in one go, but I didn't want to guess and be wrong. Okay. Health. Turn off the laser so we can get back. Variously down here. That could have just gone through, but you never know. And this laser has killed me instantly previously. Save this again. All right, Xeno time. Final score 2,600. I feel like we're getting lower and lower scores per level here. Oh, we're 4 XP away from leveling up. Oh, we'll get it for sure next time. So if you redo every level and we still like aren't any closer to the ending, then I have to assume we have to like max level Bond. Oh, we'll just have to see. Oh yeah, this is the part where I just like, yeah, that's right, I dropped. I only killed the one guy this time, but Pretty good. Me to draw my gun. I just noticed he had like a unique, well, not necessarily a unique sprite, but when I took damage with the gun drawn, he was holding the gun when he was like reeling. Nice detail. Oh, the vacuum grab. No suplexes or anything is unfortunate, but the fact that little mechanic is even there is kind of crazy. Right, then we used. I thought I saw a red laser beam. So that's like the level exit. Yeah, we didn't explore this before. There's like stuff we needed to do during the game. Maybe that's the key to the true ending. I mean, I'm gonna guess not, but oh, okay, now I see. You were supposed to do this to kill those guys down there. Okay, so that's what that was about. All right, okay. Oh, that's pretty elaborate. We about doubled our score previous like 12 or something. All right, we're leveled up here. Oh, fine. Get to your car. Oh yeah, so this was another one that we're just like run across the rooftops real quick. I pressed the wrong button. There's no actual like stealth that we really need to worry about. But we can like just go exploring to find dudes to murder. I reckon it's going to be worth more points than just trying to go for speed. Wow, they just respawn, huh? Ledge grab up there. That's fine. Like, very occasionally you can do like a vertical leap. Do that. I think I took a little bit of fall damage from that. Oh yeah, we like sniped this guy last time. We should be getting a bunch of extra points for just doing those combos, right? Because every combo gives points, I think. Yeah, I had like 7 combos. But I think that still might be about 1 per dude. I didn't really keep count. Alright, so we increased our score from like 1100 to 38. That's a pretty good increase. Kind of like 200 XP or something. Oh yeah, that's an alarm stage. But it really makes much of a difference. I guess it's fine to drop down. Oh, okay. Just like magnetize that dude. Check the doors. Stuff. Oh yeah, this is the level where we go through this, like we infiltrate this whole thing, and then the next level, an ambush, so we have to fight our way up to the same level. Oh. Well, I'm taking a lot of damage, actually. So I can go left here, but it's like the more prudent. Luckily, you don't get like score penalty for alarms, I don't think. E, 13. Now, obviously, it is possible. I cannot rule out the possibility that wherever I got that information, that there are 15 levels. Like I said, I think that was just like stuff I grabbed off of some synopsis that someone had written for Moby Games or something. Whoever wrote the description of the game, like, you know, it wasn't very well written. Like this guy didn't notice. So I feel like it's not outside the realm of possibility that they just got the level count wrong. You know, there is a level select that shows the number of level sort of slots. And of course, you know, it's not like it would be impossible for the game to show 14 levels, and then at some later point, you gain access to the 15th level, and it just, you know, changes it so there's 15 levels. But aside from, like, narratively, the ending being not much of an ending, and the fact that, like, we've been sort of hinted at the silhouette of Vesper's sprite that we didn't see the full version of. There's, let's call it, clues that suggest that there's more than we've seen to the game. But I wouldn't strictly say that there's evidence. So, like, it could be possible that there are these 14 levels. But okay, we're right back to level 14. We've done every level on hard. Nice. Managed to snipe him. Dude. Didn't mean to pick this weapon, but fine. Oh yeah. Yeah, because even the fact that you're... Yeah, because I was speculating before, like, did I miss switches like this or something? But the fact that you literally even have to do this right at the beginning suggests that it would be unlikely that I would, like, not have thought. And actually, yeah, that's the thing we climb later. So I guess this laser beam isn't even really preventing us from going anywhere. I mean, it is right there at that moment, but there's not like some area of the level that's off limits due to that one laser beam. Let's try to pay attention. Just in case there's like something. Yeah, because that's the beam. Yeah, because, okay, that's literally where we were. Okay, so there wasn't even anything. There's that beam, though. Probably is also like some area we've been. Or maybe it's just like something due to how... Yeah, this is even a wall, I guess. I can't go further to the left. So the idea that there would be lasers impeding your way or like blocking off areas that I had sort of missed does very much appear to not really be the case at all. That's 100% not a factor. That's good. I hadn't really conclusively... Oh, that's pretty cool. Ruled that out previously. Oh my god! The door that's supposed to close, or the beam rather, that's supposed to activate behind you, just activate on me. I got checkpointed on the boss? Whoops. Oh, I shot him once and he dropped his... What if I have to do something special? I shot him once and he dropped his gun. And then he's sorting here. Maybe it's a puzzle boss fight. I think there's a checkpoint is pretty interesting. I guess he just gets a second life bar with the knife. Well, not really. Well, let's see if anything changes here. Brent Crowd's been dying to meet you. Where's Vesper? Take me to her. I won't take her to her yet. We'll have to play another game for that, Mr. Bond. Count me in, Chief. I'm looking forward to finishing this. What does this mean? I guess that's, you know, we have the hint about the Vesper sprite. We have the hint about the plot obviously not having been resolved. We have the hint of him saying, like, not yet. Oops, I don't want a new game. Okay, so I'm just like trying to think, like, what level might give us our best bang for our buck as far as like XP. Because we've done every level. Wait, what? Oh, I can climb up here. There's a beam here and I can't shoot. Yeah, whatever. I have to assume at this point that this is meant to be like we're adding last ability to the game by making it a game that you don't finish in 40 minutes. It takes like, you know, it took me like about 90 minutes to get through the whole thing the first time because I was obviously not going super fast or anything. And now that we're kind of racing through it, it took me about 30 minutes maybe with my somewhat leveled up Bond. It's like less than ideal for how I happen to be playing the game right now. But honestly, I think it's you know, it's somewhat clever and like really not the worst idea to basically have like this game. Try and see if I could. Nope. Stomp him. Where like there's a final level that's sort of like a bonus. Well, that's the thing as well. Like, yeah, the website I saw was like, oh, the game has 14 levels. But I don't expect. Okay, I advanced to this level again. I didn't really mean to, but fine. Like, realistically, someone who's like randomly playing this on the internet, how likely are they to like do? Oh, there was a little animation of him actually stepping into the doorway. Huh. I think, you know, based on my experience, it's not at all unlikely that someone, you know, would have played the game, recorded a YouTube video, or written a little blog post or what have you. Like, the fact that they have gone to that length and made that effort isn't in itself any indication that they have done thorough research or are like any more of an authority on the game than I am at this point. Obviously, I don't know, like, does the mysterious mission 15 exist? I don't know. But you've watched me play through the game and get to level 14 and saying game over. A video of someone else doing the same thing isn't really evidence. Okay, least you survive. Isn't... Oh yeah, I didn't grab the ledge because I wasn't phasing to the right. Well, I mean, it's not really evidence of anything. Obviously, if you had seen a video where someone does get to mission 15, that would be great. That would prove its existence. So, like, I'm glad that you're doing a little research. I don't mean to devalue your efforts currently. I'm just saying, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Given that we are still gaining points, we are still building XP. We get 4 points now. There is still stuff to do, and I could see it being... Yeah, exactly. Like, if there's a trigger to find the secret final mission, I think most people who would just, like, randomly, you know, search out this old Java game and play it on the internet and document it, I think it's likely that they would just miss a lot of details. We didn't look at the screen, so let's see if this... For great games, please visit SonyPicturesMobile.com. Staff here. Yeah. I didn't think they would give us a level count here, but... Went through the first 13 levels in a couple of hours of play and enjoyed it. Did get stuck on level 14 for a while, but the problem turned out to be us forgetting how to use a sniper rifle properly to shoot out the security panel rather than a dodgy button. Yeah, that's just you have to shoot the panel to go through the laser beam, which you have to do in 2 places in the game. I don't feel like I can satisfyingly conclude that we have played the entire game. I would love to find a source, or rather a, what's the word? A corroboration with some evidence about level 15. But yeah, again, obviously, we didn't like unlock a harder difficulty or something, did we? No. I guess we can see like what level gave us a lot of points, and assuming that we get points for or getting XP for points rather. Maybe that'll let us grind. You're free to post links if there's pertinent information. It might be easier for you to just summarize it. Could be that the game's like unfinished or something. I have no idea. The game, you know, still fun. Oh, you have to do this. Make this a little tedious, I suppose. Like as far as like grinding. Maybe the last level is DLC. I see you're posting it. Let me... I'll get to that in a moment. Actually, I guess I can pause. You may remember that in our review of Casino Royale, we highlighted the problem we encountered on the game's last level. Blah, blah. Yeah, okay, so they're literally just expounding on the fact that they forgot about a mechanic in the game, which is pretty funny because the game isn't that long. You learn it like 10 minutes earlier. I mean, I guess it's possible that they could be referring to a specific identical incident in Mission 15. But if they're referring back to the article you just mentioned, in which they are specifically talking about Mission 14, that seems to be the exact same situation they're talking about. It's very funny that they were like, oh, we reached out to the producer to explain, like, not that complicated. Well, I mean, no, it's not conclusive either way, sure, but it does seem to me that it's literally just like still making no reference whatsoever to Mission 15. So I don't know, the grind might be pretty bad. We might be in for like an hour or two of grinding, which I'm not particularly excited about. Okay, I guess he reached out to them, but either way, like, didn't they say in the review, like, oh, we forgot how to use... Well, maybe it was edited after the fact, but the review is like, oh, we got stuck for a little bit, but then we remembered how to use the sniper rifle, implying that they figured out how to get there. It'd be weird for him to then reach out and say, oh, you have to use the sniper rifle, and then after that writing another follow-up saying like, oh yeah, and the producer told us to use the sniper rifle. Mysterious, yeah, undocumented, but that comes with the territory, right? You don't expect much documentation on Java phone games. Shit, I didn't even really look at the XP, so I'm not even really sure. That was like a good, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be like a good level to grind just on account of the minigame eating up so much time. Oops. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you looking into it. It doesn't sound like there would be much more information coming out of that anyway. Okay, so I have the sniper rifle, so I can snipe that beam. Oh yeah, the sniper rifle is behind this door. I forgot if I needed to get like a key card or something here that I didn't want to accidentally skip. But technically, I guess I get another 20 points, which on hard is another 60 points for doing that minigame. Von Dragon doing... Oh yeah, we're gonna hack this now. Additional sciencing. Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing though. Like, I wonder, not knowing anything about anything as far as Java or programming or whatever goes, I did have the thought of, like, I wonder if... Oh yeah, I forgot about stealth kills. Like, how possible it would be feasible. Try to dig into the files and reverse engineer to find out a conclusive answer. You can't actually hide. So it looks like 14 stages worth of assets, but not 15. Pocket Raptor's doing research as well, and apparently, yeah, because the there are two levels that are literally the same level, like geography. And who knows? Obviously, they're reusing assets and stuff, so hard to say. Oh shit! I guess the point is maybe that isn't fully conclusive. Sprinting up to the stealth kill. Still so good. Whoops. Right, and switch down here. Dashing a little too hard. Climb. Keep going there where I can literally just drop down. I don't know. Frankly, I don't. Oh, I managed to sprint past that whole thing. That's so sick. That's what I tried to do the first time and it didn't work. Just timed it perfectly this time. That's extremely satisfying. I don't think I have it in me to just keep grinding this. I've been streaming for close to 5.5 hours. And I was expecting this. I mean, we did like 2 hours of just chatting and box art reviews. A little longer than normal, but I figured, that's fine. The game shouldn't, like, if the game is really meaty, if it's really long, maybe it'll be 2 hours. And we're at 2 hours 21 with potentially, you know, potentially no end in sight. I kind of don't want to spend the rest of my evening redoing this. I mean, having said that, I'm not really ready to call it done either. Yeah, so we can do this, right? I didn't do this before. Like, I don't know, maybe I would, grind off stream. I mean, sure, go to feel be my guest. You can basically just Google Casino Royale J2ME and you'll find the game. You think you can reach a answer? By all means. Only game on your flip phone. It's even easier. Yeah, so because I was able to disable that laser, I kind of was able to skip and speedrun. Did I get a different dialogue there? I think so. I wasn't paying attention. I'm not really paying attention to the dialogue at this point. I don't know, it's just highly mysterious. The fact that we would get... I mean, the way it ends is very strange. And it's just saying, like, game over, right? I don't know. I guess I refuse to believe that that's the end of the game. I missed out points by not grabbing that ammo. I was like, I don't need the ammo. But every item does give you points. Doesn't seem very effective. Not doing combos either. Losing out on points for that as well. I don't think you could snipe that through the floor holes or something. Oh, hey, we're getting the ammo. Nice. Forgot that we're actually even coming back here. Oops. Edge. Ah! Caught me. I was waiting for that to happen. Guys floating off edges. Ah. I was trying to jump to see if I could stomp him. Didn't work, unfortunately. Oh, that worked, though. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing as well. Like, it does have that, like, cliffhangery feel to it. But that also seems strange to me. Because what would the continuation even be? I mean, I guess you could have a game's worth of Venice levels. I don't know. I mean, it's also possible that they just sort of ran out of resources and just had to really awkwardly wrap things up. And that's just sort of how things ended. I guess I find that like a little hard to believe just because there's so much sort of polish and quality to the game in general that seems so inconsistent for that to be the case. Certainly not impossible. I'm sure this game was thrown together very quickly. Well, I don't mean thrown together as derisively as it might sound. I'm sure this game did not have a huge development budget or a long development timeline. They might have been rushed into things. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Like, the dialogue doesn't exactly make it sound like, aha, but you have to play on hard mode. That's such a stupid glitch. But at least it checkpoints us at the boss fight. We miss out on boss music. I must have gotten like a critical hit because I could swear that I shot him like once. And then pulled his sword out with like a new life bar. But yeah, maybe you got a critical sniper headshot and yeah. I don't know, maybe this just is the ending. Maybe they were holding off on showing the Vesper sprite because we were supposed to see her in Casino Royale 2. Oh, and okay, maybe that's how it works. I got 0 XP because I remember I was very close to leveling up, but because I took a death, I got 0 XP. I guess that's how that works. That's why the review mentioned, like, if you clear a stage without dying, you get to level up. Interesting. Well, I suppose what we can do is we can wrap things here for now and be ready to kind of move on. And I'll try to do a little bit more research. And anyone like Goaty, for example, I mean, do keep looking and see if you find something, or start looking, I guess, if you're so inclined. And I'll try to like grind out to max level. Like, we can call time, or we could call the time at 129 or whatever I was at when I beat the 14th level the first time. And we can consider that like an ending. And if we have a full proper final mission or whatever, we might just consider that bonus content. Just because it's so like up in the air. Like, because if it turns out that we did see the end, I feel like it would be such a waste of time and just like so kind of shit if we're spending, like, we beat the game in 90 minutes and then we're spending an additional 3 hours grinding to max level, and then after getting max level, nothing. Like, that's such an anticlimax that I'd rather do that. Like, I'd rather grind that out while I'm watching YouTube or some shit, just to make sure. And if there is an actual mission 15 and I unlock it, even if I accidentally finish that on my own or whatever, that would still be, I could still do, I could still show that again on stream, So I think I'd rather do it that way. Which does unfortunately put us at a bit of an anticlimax here, potentially, because we did do a little bit of time wasting after getting to what might have been the end. But I suppose you could argue that that's appropriate, given that it comes as a direct result of the game itself being weirdly structured with a kind of anticlimactic non-ending. A very awkward, bittersweet sort of twist to what was up until that point an extremely cool game, and I still like it. It feels good to play. The animation is awesome. Like, it's very cool, and I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. But imagine if we got to an actual mission 15 and we got to rescue Vesper and there was like a final boss. That would have been significantly more satisfying. But there's a lot of content in this for like a 300 some kilobyte game. So I really can't complain, I suppose. But I'm a little hesitant to like put this on the tier list and stuff like that if we're not sure if we've seen the full game yet. So I guess we'll do the same thing as the game and leave this on a kind of a weirdly ambiguous cliffhanger type situation where we might be done, we might not. And we'll have to come back to figure out what the status is going to be. Now, unfortunately, I don't know that I will have the ability to do that full level of research by Monday, which is going to be my next stream. I don't know what I will be doing on Monday, so I have to figure that out anyway. But I'm probably not, or at least not necessarily, diving right into the next Bond game anyway. So I figured what I'll try to do is I'll try to get a conclusive answer to this, whether it's through my own gameplay or if Godi or someone else can look into the files and give me a concrete answer. And we'll see if, like, by the time we continue James Bond, we will know if we're going to do a follow-up to this or if we will just be moving on to the next game. I think that's going to be the way to do it. And on that note, why don't we take a look at what's ahead? This is / has been Mission 36. And Mission 37, with the familiar little interface there in graphical design, James Bond Trivia, Sony Pictures Digital. Maybe this is where we get the ending to Casino Royale. James Bond Trivia is the second Bond game this year from Sony Pictures and takes a more cerebral approach to the brand. There's 100 questions to answer, testing your knowledge of the Bond canon. Split into rounds of 5 questions, and you earn a bullet for every one you get right, which can then be used to earn bonus points at a shooting range in between rounds. It sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. You know what? Maybe we will do this on Monday. It sounds pretty chill, honestly. So, yeah, we have a few mobile games, I think, because after James Bond Trivia is James Bond Top Agent, developed by JavaGround. I was going to say, is this the secret follow-up? But it's from 2008. Released alongside the 2008 Bond film Quantum of Solace.
For guilty.
269 additional Blaze bits. Base hole. For Goaty. Thank you very much indeed. And that does, in fact, put us over the edge of another daily mission completed. We're at 9 daily missions. Only one more left to fully fund the next secret mission. Top Agent sounds pretty sick. Same developers this. But it's a tactical, turn-based tactical fighting game where we create our own customized agent. Sounds pretty good. So we have that to look forward to. And I believe after that, we're heading into the Quantum of Solace Gauntlet. Yeah. So there's Quantum of Solace, Quantum of Solace, Quantum of Solace, and Quantum of Solace. Also developed by Java Ground. Maybe we'll get the continuation. Maybe the ending of Vesper's story happens at the beginning of Quantum of Solace. We'll just have to find out. But yes, it says they're 8 out of 10 because it happened in real time here. I didn't get to update it, but I will now. Boom, 9 out of 10 completed. Thank you everyone who's contributed. Appreciate that greatly. When we have our 10 objectives done, we will officially pencil in a Scene at the DVD Game 007 edition stream. I ordered a copy of this game this morning, and I'll have it later this month, I suppose. So, yeah. I don't know how we'll do this, but once I have the game in hand, I'll try to figure something out. And yeah, go to, I appreciate any research you're doing on my behalf, and just feel free to get in touch if you find any information that will help figure out this situation. I guess what I will do is I'll go to the spreadsheet after the stream. I'll look at the VOD so I get the exact timestamp, and I'll provisionally, I guess, I'll enter the time I had when we took a break, which is, I cleared level 14 and then we took a break. Well, whatever. I'll see what the time was when I finished level 14 the first time. And we'll put that as our game completed time. But I'll also make note of this time so I can keep, if I need to keep playing, I'll get an accurate, vaguely accurate record of how long it took to grind out max level or whatever. So I'll figure that out, and we'll come back to this, and we will do a tier list update and a spreadsheet update and all of that when we know for sure what we actually need to fill in, I suppose. So again, a slightly, unfortunately, anticlimactic finish, but a very cool game, at least. It is now about 6:30 p.m. and that seems like a good time to go make some dinner. I will do so. I need to just figure out. I feel like I don't have a lot of food, and I can't be fucked going out to buy something, so I'll figure something out. But that's my concern and not yours. I will leave you as I guess usual on Saturday to learn valuable life lessons from Mr. Murphigator doing episode 40 of his Belt Scroller Academy Sonic Blastman games, it looks like. You know, that man came to save our planet. He's stronger than anybody else. That's the Sonic Blast Man. So that's going to be a good show, I'm sure. Please enjoy that. Take care. And thank you very much for tuning in today. It's been fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I sure did. I'm excited to be back on the Bond grind, even if we had a few bumps in the road today. Stream should be back Monday. Whether it's more Bond, whether it's fighting games, whether it's something completely different, we'll just have to find out then. Till then, have a nice rest of your weekend. Thank you once again for tuning in and all the contributions. Greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. That's the wrong scene. How do I do this? There we go. Like I remember how to stream. Anyway, see ya.